Hare Krishna devotees, thank you for joining today. Today we are continuing our memory sharing program from last Saturday. Last Saturday we had a memory sharing program for about 8 hours. So we will continue the memory sharing program from our current congregation members, starting with His Grace Paramarupa Prabhu and Her Grace Atulya Mataji and their family. Over to you, Prabhuji, whenever you're ready.
ज्ञानतिमिरन्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपासिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्रीकृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानन्द श्री अद्वैता गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। Thank you so much, Giridharan Prabhu, for giving us an opportunity to share our memories, some sweet memories of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. In Srimad Bhagavatam, Lord Krishna himself gives a formula for transforming our consciousness from material to spiritual in the 11th canto. And Vishayan dhyayatas chittam visheshu vishettate mam anusmaratas chittam mayeva praviliyate. So just a thought of Krishna in the middle of very busy day can enable us a switch of consciousness from matter into spirit. When I close my eyes to think about Krishna, the image I get is the picture of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, giving me an opportunity to change my absorption from the objects of this material world to Krishna. In fact, I am reminded of what His Holiness Radhanath Maharaj expressed very recently, very eloquently, saying that everything that we do then becomes essentially a deity worship. Although we may be situated in this material world, attending to so many responsibilities. Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha has been our Ishtadev for more than 15 years now. Every facet of our life, ever since we moved to Boston in 2006, has been orchestrated by the merciful hands of their lordships, Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. I personally moved to US in 2000, and ever since then, Krishna had been making many inconceivable arrangements for me to grow spiritually by sending his bona fide representatives and engaging me in his services in ways that I had never even dreamed of. I had never thought that I would be opening my mouth in a public forum. I had never thought that I would ever sing for the pleasure of the Supreme Lord. I had never thought I would ever play any musical instruments. I had never thought I would ever be able to cook for Krishna. Radha Gopi Vallabha are not only the most merciful, but very personal as well. Let me illustrate this with an anecdote. Whenever I'm asked to lead a kirtan in the temple, I typically would go into a meditative space to dedicate a particular melody for the pleasure of Radha Gopi Vallabha. And it happened to me multiple times that I will come prepared in front of their lordships with a particular melody in mind. On the spot, they will take away my ability to sing that melody that I had planned for, and instead replace it with a new one, driving home the point that they are in control, not me. And when I would look at them, they will fill my heart with a compassionate smile, reassuring that I am there for you. There are three principal deities who played major roles in the journey of my spiritual life. Shishi Radha Giridhari of San Diego, under whose merciful hands my spiritual life began, allowing my inquisitive spirit to grow and get nurtured. Shishi Rukmini Dwarkadish of Los Angeles, under whose direction I got acceleration in my spiritual life and was brought in, in touch with my spiritual master. And Shishi Radha Gopivalabha, who gave me multifarious opportunities to dedicate my life in their service. So I'm very, very grateful. And I'm very, very grateful to this wonderful devotee community for creating such wonderful arrangement to come together in the service of Shishi Radha Gopivalabha. I will ask.
Hey Krishna, I'd like to share how Radha Gopivalabha also impacted my life. So Mangalarti was a very important part in my relationship with Radha Gopivalabha because it really helped me wake up early, first of all, and actually listen to the kirtan that they sang and learn new bhajans. So I feel Mangalarti was something that I would really look forward to the previous night. One time I stayed up till 3 o'clock coloring so that I could go to Mangalarti. And then after all the bhajans, I would garland. I would make garlands for Srila Prabhupada, which would be that would give me a great transcendental feeling. And it would make me feel that I'm doing this for Srila Prabhupada and Radha Gopivalabha. So that would be a really nice feeling. After that, I would go in the kitchen and cook with my parents, if they would. And that was a very transcendental feeling too. It would first of all, it would help me learn how to cook, and the feeling after it's offered is amazing. And then singing. So I feel singing for Radha Gopivalabha is also amazing feeling. So whenever I would sing, the feeling would be like, it's fine if I make a mistake. And if I make a mistake, Radha Gopivalabha is still happy. And singing really brought me very close to Radha Gopivalabha, as well as dancing, because when I was very young, I would see all the Matajis dancing, and should I go in or not? And then one of my friends would go, and then I'll say, okay, then I'll go too. So then dancing would be really fun and very joyful, and all the other things in the material world can give that joy that you feel when you sing and dance for Krishna. And the last thing that I have, one of the last things that I have is Abhishek. So Abhishek would be really entertaining, not only entertaining, but transcendental. I would sit with all my devotee friends and we would whisper to each other, look, Radharani moved her arm 1 inch to the right, or Krishna just moved his eyes left to right, and things like that. But then we would think, okay, it's water. But then we actually saw it because we're staring at them. So that would bring a very nice feeling. And also getting the mail from Radha Gopivalabha of saying happy birthday and eating the sweet that they give, that it not only tastes good, but it feels good eating prasadam, feeling like Radha Gopi Vallabha is wishing me happy birthday, which is a very nice thing to experience. And Radha Gopi Vallabha has been one of my most inspirational deities, and I think they will always stay with me. So thank you. Pass it over to my mom.
Hare Krishna. Since Radha shared, I probably can continue. Definitely, I had come before these deities and prayed for them to, send us a soul who would be, ready to serve them. So no doubt that she is feeling the birthday wishes and all the things that she shared is, she feels close to them. So for us, the first time when we came, I heard from my spiritual master that these deities are made from the same caste, the manufacturing caste where they make the deities the same as Radha Madhav in Mayapur, the small deities, and also another set of deities which are in Berkeley. And actually, we were coming from California, so we had seen the deities in Berkeley, we had seen the deities in Mayapur, and we were so much looking forward to seeing Radha Gopi Vallabha and make all these connections. And actually, without connecting the deities to the devotees, I feel my heart is like I'm half glorifying them. So first, I want to really glorify Srila Prabhupada. He's sitting right opposite to the deities, always watching. So when we moved to Boston, I really was not at all happy. I said, how come we were in California, such a sunny place, and here we are in Boston, and I so cold. So it took me a while to was praying, Krishna, how am I going to live here if this is how bad I feel being in Boston? So reciprocation came, and this inspiration about Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada came at the age of 70. I mean, I came at the much younger age. And he stepped in Boston Commonwealth Pier, and he had no woolen clothes to be prepared for. He landed here in September, October time, already getting into the winter. He had nobody to look forward to, no, nothing. And so much more thoughts about Srila Prabhupada came into my mind. I said, well, what am I complaining about? I have woolen clothes, I have a house, I have so many people to look forward to. So that meditation still stays strong with me whenever I feel Boston is not the place for me. But ever since, I remember this, it just reinforces in me that Boston is my place to live. Another thing was some of my services in the temple initially actually began in the deity stitching room upstairs in Mataji's ashram. There was one stitching room, and one Mataji would engage me in stitching, and I know stitching. So I've stitched some of the skirts, underskirts, and also Janmashtami white, the base skirt, and so many other chadars and this and that of the deities. She would engage me, and later actually, since Indulekha Mataji is here, she engaged me in organizing the deity paraphernalia, jewelry paraphernalia. In the backside, there's a whole set of drawers. And then engaging in cooking for Krishna, for the deities. I feel that somehow when I sit at home and think, oh, will I be able to do that service? I feel, oh no, I can't cook for Sunday feast. I can't cook Raj Bhog. I can't cook the breakfast prasadam for so many devotees, sometimes single-handedly. And the moment I step into the temple room and the cooking and the kitchen, somehow the capacity expands and things just happen, which I felt that I'll not be able to do. So there is this expanding capacity that Radha Gopi Vallabha instills in others. I know time is a little bit up. Just one thing. So earlier, when Romapad Maharaj used to stay in the temple, we would actually move into the temple for a whole week to serve Maharaj and take care of the cooking, the diet needs of Maharaj. And I also would make ghee wicks, because one devotee told me Niranjan Maharaj would do that service for the deities, and I felt so much of connection with Niranjan Maharaj. And especially with Romapad Maharaj also, because he started his journey of Krishna consciousness there. And since then, he has committedly come for, at least I know, for 20 years, twice a year to Boston. And so I feel very much connected with Srila Prabhupada and these spiritual personalities and many, many more devotees that have been serving Radha Gopi Vallabha. And during pandemic, even one window darshan of of the deities would set me for the whole week, remembering that impression. And also Sunday feast, similar way, like would give that spiritual charge. And whenever, as my husband was saying, during the week, we had to take a pause, say, oh, whom to remember, and that picture will, come up in my mind. So I know I'm short of time, we're short of time, so I'll stop here. And kindly, I request prayers of everyone that our life become more and more dedicated to them and be able to serve them in proper way. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Parama Prabhu, Atulya Mataji, and Radha, for sharing your beautiful and personal memories. Thank you again. Next, we have Radha Grace. Mataji, Indaliki Mataji, do you have her? Okay.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Can you hear?
Mataji.
Okay, I think, yeah, good.
I think,
Yes.
yeah, we can hear you, but your voice is a little soft. If you could speak a little
Let's see.
louder.
Maybe you keep it closer a little bit.
Yes. I'm actually in a vehicle, so I apologize for the noise that you're going to hear. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, Mataji, we can hear you.
Thank you. Well, thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit. All the glories to Srila Prabhupada and on the rest of all the devotees. Radha Gopi Vallabha is very special to me also. I've been coming to this temple for about 1970s. And I have quite a few experiences of doing service, which one of them will be due to one of the most wonderful devotees is Mother Sumati Anandana Harinam Shakuntala Indulekha Yogamaya Mother Uttara. All those were engaging me and helping me to do some service. Some of it was in sewing, some of it was in the kitchen, and some of it was in doing just arrangements of flowers and pictures to make them know that I am so grateful. My experience with Radha Gopi Vallabha at the temple in Boston is just, it's profound. I have no words to explain. It always gave me the whole outlook and the experience of just being embraced. Outside the door. My husband was also, he's not here with us now, he was also engaged in the early days. And it was so beautiful because every time there was a festival or whatever was going on, I used to say, hey, that's, there must be all these different other functions. And he would say, yes, take the live stream, let's go get the flowers, truckloads of flowers. And it was just so wonderful. It's so wonderful. And Ananda, she was so wonderful devotee. She would always say to me, hey, you gotta come and live, you gotta come and move into the temple. She'd be always greeting. She would be always at the door most of the times when I would be arriving there. Sometimes I would be there in the temple on a daily basis in Beacon Hill and then on 72 Kamala. So I am so grateful, and we are so profoundly lucky and to have Radha Gopi Vallabha and Prabhupada that came to this country and the whole mission. It's actually just revealing itself more and more as we go along. I cannot say that any more words for it. It's just that we should keep up and honoring and experiencing the vortex that Boston has with the spiritual world. And also, for me, my experience of gratitude is that it opened up my DNA and my remembrance within, and the connection of my whole life while I'm here. Angel Waitha is with me, and she's such a nice devotee too. She'll just engage me in so much service. It was such a pleasure working with her on the altar. All the temple presidents are so wonderful in the past. It was just profound. It's a profound feeling. It's a very beautiful feeling. And hoping that we all continuously do this and remember and come together and activate our awareness and our consciousness further and further. I have a little request though. There was this one outfit that I was working with Mother Samaki in the 70s, and it was a white with golden jari trim everywhere. And I'm not sure where all the outfits that were done by the devotees are, or if anyone has anything. But if there is anyone out there that does, any devotee that has any kind of outfit that was done in the 70s, we would be so grateful and appreciate it if you could surrender and give it back to the Boston Temple. And that outfit is very profound. It's a very beautiful outfit. So if it's still there, out there, please let us have it back. Thank you so much for sharing and letting me go with you. I'll go to Srila Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna, Anjalike Mataji. I think since we have some more time, how about you sharing some of your memories?
How many minutes do I have?
We have 9 more minutes.
9 more minutes. Sorry. I'm not really speaking person, but by listening all these memories and realizations from devotees, I'm thinking like, I'm trying to serve the deities, but actually they are arranging everything. They kind of, like when you go to swim in the Ganga, you do the Ganga puja or something, you take the water from Ganga and offer back. So I feel like a little child pretending to be grown up, serving deities, like they are guiding in every way, showing how to serve and what to do, and but at the same time giving the benefit to you. So I'm very grateful for all the devotees who are guiding me. I'm missing devotees who have departed in the last few years, like Mother Harinam and Vaishnava Prema, more known as Bhakta Vik. Like I can think about Radha Gopi Vallabha without these special souls. And just one moment. And I'm wondering what kind of Leela is happening now when these deities giving us so much service and separation, like kind of heartbreaking separation from them. So I just waiting to see what is this going to lead to, and when is it going to end, and when we can all gather together and celebrate all the festivals and just every Sunday feast. And this is what I wanted to mention, like by this celebrating day festival, this 50th birthday, I got a little service which it really melted my heart by contacting some devotees who are used to serve them. And they just were so grateful, and nobody ever forgot about them, no matter how long they've been in Boston. It seems like Radha Gopi Vallabha takes your heart and never lets it go. So I think that's it, all I can say. Maybe somebody else, have more things to say. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna, Jai Srila Prabhupada. And yes, thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for bringing these deities to Boston, for creating his kindness. Amazing. Haribol.
Thank you, Mataji. Thank you for sharing your wonderful memories. I think next we have His Grace Asarukula Nasna Prabhu, if he's here on this call. Is His Grace Asarukula Nasna Prabhu here? Okay, probably not. Okay, then I'll play a recording of His Grace Sachipriya Prabhu and Jaishichi Mata. We have a really short little sweet memory of them from them.
Hare Krishna. Please accept our humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. All glories to Guru and Sri Gauranga. We started our Krishna conscious journey since 2004.
Prabhu, increase the volume.
We were guided and helped by so many devotees from the congregation. We want to thank all of them.
And we pray to Radha Gopi Vallabh, please engage us in their services.
Hare Krishna.
Okay, just take one more time. Do we have His Grace Acharukula Nasna Prabhu? Okay. So next we'll have a recorded memory from His Grace Dina Dayadri Mataji.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Vanamali Pandit Prabhu asked me to say something about them, although clearly he did it for my own purification, because I don't have any qualification to glorify them, but I do have wonderful memories and so much gratitude in my heart for those days when I lived in their home and was able to see them every day in the temple room, and I never had any direct service to them except few garlands I made. But I tried to see them as none different from Krishna, and the fact that they were installed by Srila Prabhupada, I was trying to remember. I remember one funny memory that will always stay with me. Of it's a memory with Radhika. I was in the temple room. It was empty, and I was sitting on the floor, and I was looking at the altar at Radha Gopi Vallabha. She entered the temple room, and she was carrying maybe 10 dozen of flower bunches, because she was about to make some garlands for Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha for small Radha Krishna. She told me, she made this funny comment. She said, "Oh, that's a wonderful service you're doing." She's carrying all this, about to do some real service. She said, "Oh, wonderful service you're doing." Gopi Vallabha just wants to be admired. She said, "I really like that. It's really funny." If I had the eyes to see his, transcendental beauty, that would really be the best service. I may not have such qualification to sitting there idly. And Radha Gopi Vallabha, they always made me feel like home. This amazing description my Guru Maharaj Niranjan Swami Maharaj gave in his lecture about Radha Gopi Vallabha just recently. He said how he had this experience of a glimpse of spiritual world when he was standing in front of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, and when he was asked by one devotee to elaborate, other than he said that it's indescribable. He said that the whole remaining world felt like he had nothing to do with anything beyond. He had nothing to do with anything outside this, but he had everything to do with Shri Shri Radha Gopi Balakh and that which he was experiencing in front of them. And I never had such experience, obviously, but I had a glimpse of a glimpse of a glimpse of that experience, because Radha Gopi Balakh, they do make you feel like this just by looking at them. They make you feel like this is it, this is home, this is to be reached, but this is it. There's nothing else to accomplish, or you have nothing to do with anything else that have happened or may be happening or will happen. It's just this eternity that you have everything to do with, and you may have so many things on your mind that take you away from taking Radha Gopi Balakh's darshan. But I always had that feeling living at that temple that this is it. This is it. This is yet to be realized, but this is it. And Radha Gopi Balakh are very merciful. What do I know? But even I felt it. I remember those days when returning from India, I was returning back to the temple. And I felt that even before I entered the temple room, their presence is, the walls are saturated with their presence. And as soon as you enter the temple from the front door, feel immediately that this is a very, very special place. And it's home. I remember one time that I felt that they were, reciprocating with me. Because sometimes you pray to the deities. Maybe I made it up. Maybe it's my imagination, but at the point it felt like they reciprocated with me. I was praying at the time that because I was about to leave, I was praying that how am I going to leave? Am I really going to? How am I going to leave? You. Because when you live there and you see Radha Gopi Balakh every day, especially towards the date of your departure, you begin to appreciate, because Radha Gopi Balakh are always so beautiful. Just whatever may be happening around in the temple, they're just standing there so beautifully. And I was praying like this, and then it was Gagandip's birthday, and you know how devotees they always share blessings with each other. I mean, they're asking each other for blessings. But anyways, I was wishing her happy birthday, and I was saying, how may you have Krishna Prema. I don't have it, but may you have it. Happy birthday. And she appreciated my congratulations, and in return she said that very special. She said that may Radha Gopi Balakh always stay close to you wherever you are. I thought, she didn't know I was leaving. I don't think she knew. I felt that it was their reciprocation that confirmed that, even if I leave, they will remain. So they are the deities that remain with you even when you leave them. And I don't have any connection with them. I don't have any, I don't have any love for Krishna. How can I have any love for them? So, but still, Gagandev has been sending me very mercifully, practically daily, their darshan. But other than that, I have no connection with them. But at the same time, I feel that they are very, very merciful, and they are the deities that they just deserve to be admired just because of who they are. And I pray for the day to see their transcendental beauty, as Guru Maharaj was explaining how he saw it. And thank you so much for this opportunity to try to glorify them for my purification. I feel purified, and I have faith we will all meet at the feet of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh for their in spiritual world by the mercy of Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for continuing to serve them so nicely. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Dyanadayari Mataji, for sending us this recording of these wonderful memories. Next, we have His Grace Chaitanya Bhagavat Prabhu. Chaitanya Bhagavat Prabhu, whenever you're ready, you can start.
Hare Krishna devotees, and happy Sunday feast. It's really nice that it's still going on, the Sunday feast. It's a really important tradition that was started not necessarily in Boston, but it was picked up in Boston early because Boston was an early temple. So the idea of the Sunday feast and hosting the Sunday feast and having guests and cooking and all the parts coming together, the kirtan, but the kirtan, when it's like you feel it in your body, you feel it in your soul, coming together with friends and family and new friends and new family and brothers and sisters, and that's all part of it, and that's a tradition. So when we're talking about Sunday feasts, it's nice that every year we have an opportunity to host, 52 Sunday feasts. So in 2 years, that's 104 Sunday feasts that we've hosted. So, we can do the math and know that actually the Sunday feast is a real important part of what we do. And it's a really important part of who we are and how we interact with one another. So it's nice that this is still going on. And it's also really nice that this glorification of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha is still going on in the form of these memories, because in many ways, the memories are the glorification, because it's how they've changed everyone's lives and how they've come into everyone's lives, and everyone has a story about meeting them for the first time, and meeting the devotees and coming to the temple for the first time. So, it's a really individual thing, the way the deities have touched everyone's lives, but importantly, the deities have touched everyone's lives. And that's an important aspect of Krishna consciousness, to stop and reflect on, this theme of reciprocation with the deities, and the deities letting us know that when we come for darshan, we're not necessarily coming to see the deities, although we do, but the deities are really happy to see us and our accountability to them in terms of our service, in terms of our consciousness, in terms of our willingness to put our anartas at their lotus feet and beg, for help. That's an important part of it too. So I really have enjoyed myself listening to all of the memories and all of the different recollections of the different devotees who have come through those doors at 72 Commonwealth Avenue or 40 North Beacon or 95 Glenville Ave, and the history of Boston, and how we feel like we don't necessarily always contribute if we've spent only some time in Boston, but then we've come gone someplace else. But that service that we've done in Boston in a lot of ways has stayed, because it's laid the groundwork for the future devotees to come and pick up and have a wonderful opportunity to do service. Some of the memories that I have really taken place a lot in the kitchen in the temple. When I first joined the temple, that was some of the main services that we did, was washing pots, making transfers, making the deities plates, doing juices and salads and the fruit offering in the afternoon. These were all like, things that took place in Radharani's kitchen. But really importantly is it took place in Radharani's kitchen as it is now. And that was a different kitchen. When I first started coming to the temple, the kitchen was literally falling in on itself. And the floor was spongy, so it could, go down. And what they had done is they had looked under the kitchen to see what was going on. And what they realized is that the sink had been backing up into below the kitchen for like, I don't know how long. and so it had created actually like a water situation under the temple, which fortunately the way the back bay is designed is it can withstand water. So it just was a real harbinger for, we needed a new kitchen. So one of my real first services that, just coming to the temple started to be filling in this kitchen hole with sand and I think concrete, and just filling this hole and then helping to get the structure together for what is now the kitchen now. And there was a devotee at the time, she was given the task of being the kitchen manager through all of this. And I think she spoke during the memories talking about the conditions and having to move the whole entire kitchen to a different part of the temple, cooking off of candy burners and small makeshift areas in the basement, while this kitchen was a whole slowly getting ready to be brought back to life. And this kitchen was put together for Prabhupada's centennial. I think it was Prabhupada's 100th birthday. And we offered the kitchen back to Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha in its current form. But a real important part of that was the foresight of the temple president at the time. His name was Sadhu Sangananda. He had made it so the kitchen was going to become a restaurant style kitchen, and that we could get certifications with the city in order to increase the efficiency of the kitchen and the efficiency of prasadam distribution. So the kitchen was done in such a way that it was able to be certified as a kitchen, so that we could do catering, so that we could do food relief, and of course the Sunday feast, and all of it was at the quality and the standard of a vegetarian restaurant. So that was a real honor, I guess, in many ways. And that each piece of equipment in the temple was donated. One devotee in a wheelchair, his name was Brother Harinam, we nicknamed him, and he came to the temple, and she had given him a list and a lot of the items in the kitchen, and some of the items I think that might still be there in the background were originally put there and donated by him and other devotees also who wanted to see the kitchen really baka in first class. So those are some of my first services down there. And at that time, I remember we did get closed. And we were on Sankirtan that day in New Hampshire at a book table, and we came back and we weren't allowed in the temple. Sanat Kumar Pujari at the time came out and told us to go to Chaitya Guru's. So a small group of us book distributors and basically the rest of the kitchen staff had stayed over at Chaitya Guru's house, and there we cooked every offering in the kitchen, and we cooked the Sunday feast over there, and we kept the program going completely 100%, trucking the prasadam in through Boston rush hour traffic in the morning, hopefully not to get there late. So there was this real different sense of fulfilling the offering that's very different than being in the kitchen and you're 2 minutes away from the offering going up and you're still making the plates or something still being fried nice and fresh. And this is a very different experience of totally depending on Krishna in the middle of rush hour traffic, before GPS, trying to get to the temple. And then and when it happened, the amazing feeling of devotional service and things working out, and just that effort and just really completing the offering. It was such a fulfilling feeling to be able to run the plates up the tables, or run the pots up, and they would make the plates right in the pujari room, right out of the back door and immediately onto the altar. So it was a real adventure. And those adventures continued. When I joined at the time, we also had inherited a great deal amount of debt. And so we developed a Sankirtan program, and practically everybody went out on Sankirtan at least once a year, at least by the marathon. I think Panamandit had remembered that that he had gone out on Sankirtan. And that was a real important development, is because the preaching that happened during that time and the outreach that happened during that time, it wasn't just about money and numbers and debt, but it was about doing it through book distribution. And every book was a person, and every person was an exchange, and every exchange was, you going out there and talking to people in Boston. So at that time, we had a lot of different types of people coming to the temple who just ended up finding books and getting books and receiving books. And it just really instilled in me also the potential possibilities of having a book distribution temple where, like that was actually the main goal of the temple, was to talk to people in a really straightforward way about Krishna consciousness, and give an invitation card, invite people to the temple. And then just like that, fulfilling the offering, that connection. If you were out on Sankirtan and then someone came to the Sunday feast, that was amazing. And then for them to see you and not, it was just such a nice time to sometimes meet people that you met out on Sankirtan and they came to the Sunday feast to check it out further, or they came not just that next weekend or months later. Also, the importance of having a program that steady is that sometimes Krishna consciousness doesn't necessarily develop in the way that the timeline that we would apply to somebody, but that they may have a change of heart and experience in their life, and that also brings them there. So the fact that the temple is just radiating this energy, and that the books are there, and that the kitchen's there, and that prasadam is there, these are all amazing aspects of having a temple. Just like I heard this one news story about Vishnu temples, and this one Vishnu temple had trillions of dollars or something of treasure underneath, massive amount of gold, and offerings, and to this temple. And in a lot of ways, in the basement of our temple is gold, with our kitchen and our books, and the devotees cooking the offerings, that fulfilling, the different offerings in a really, steady way. So one other story I just wanted to tell briefly was in relationship to offerings going up. And when I first started coming to the temple, we were in high school. And so we had to take the T into Boston and then find our way to the temple. And then we'd have to reverse it and then get back to the car and then be back in time to get ready for school the next day. That was the deal. We couldn't dilly-dally in town. And at the time, the Sunday feast started later. And so by the time we got to the temple, sometimes it was in time for kirtan. And then after that, there was a class. And then after that, there was prasadam, I think. So prasadam was too late for us, and we had to catch our train back home. And so we never were able to stay for prasadam. And then we were leaving one day, and this one devotee, and she's there in spirit. Her name is Mother Isha. And Mother Isha was a Srila Prabhupada disciple. But when we came to the temple, she was already, she was wearing all white. She was a grandmotherly figure, but she had been that grandmotherly figure for a lot of devotees. So that was in many ways the role that she, filled in the temple. And so we were leaving, and we were leaving out the back door, and she saw us leaving, and she said, you can't leave without prasadam. And we said, we have to, I'm sorry, we have to leave, we have to go. And so she said, okay, tell you what, she made a secret conspiracy with us. And she said that she was going to give us the plates, but she explained to us that they offer it to Krishna, and that it was Krishna gets the first taste, and that Krishna is like the enjoyer of this offering, and that prasadam is important because it's been offered to Krishna. And so she said that the plates were just going up on the altar, and that she made us each plates and wrap them up. But she made us individually chant Hare Krishna and promise not to take the plates and open the plates and taste the plates until after that's been offered to Krishna. And so that was a first lesson that we got in Krishna consciousness, not only in Radharani's kitchen and about Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha Mahaprasadam, which we lived off of. Like, we would take that plate and ration that plate out. And after school, some days it would be like, just eat the paneer or just eat this. We would ration that for a couple of days. You know, I remember having enough prasadam one week that it was a milestone to remember recognizing that it was, I had taken prasadam for a whole week, you know, of temple prasadam, like that. But I always remember that story with Mother Isha and just that mercy that she extended to us in that transcendental breaking the rules kind of way, in order that we get prasadam, but also that she had turned that into a teaching moment for us. So I feel like Radha Gopi Vallabha is full of teaching moments, in that serving Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha has really been about learning. And not only learning, you know, about yourself as a Krishna conscious personality, but also learning about yourself as a servant. You know, so Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha can be so sweet, so merciful, and at the same time, so stern. You know, but there's something really unique and really sweet about serving them, and you know, I think it's something that we can hear in the recollection and the remembrance of our devotees. So, Hare Krishna, thank you so much for this, and I can't wait to hear more stories. Haribol.
Thank you, Chaitanya Bhagat Prabhu. Thank you for the sweet memories. Next, we have Hare Krishna Chaitanya Mataji. Can you hear me, Mataji? You're muted right now.
Hare Krishna, can you hear me now?
Yes, Mataji, we can hear you now.
Haribol. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Asking for the blessings of their Lordship, Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, and all the present devotees and friends of devotees. So nice to have your association today. I'm calling my little offering today the importance of taking darshan. Being in the physical presence of their lordships on the altar is critical to one's development in spiritual consciousness. So as a young devotee, I started going to the temple in 1994, and I could only catch my first darshan from the very back of the room because it was a Sunday and the temple was completely packed. And I could just see them from a distance, and they were beautiful, and they were absolutely remote. So they're too big, they're too important for me. I actually jump along here. That was my first feeling after darshan, but very much impressed and wanting to, curious to proceed further with that. So just putting my phone down here. All right, so the importance of taking darshan is that we get assurance from their presence. My subsequent times with the deities, I would be in the temple room, say on a Sunday or even a weekday morning, having the wonderful experience of Krishna Katha. Now, it's one thing to hear Krishna Katha. That also is very important part of the process. But when you're hearing Katha in the presence of the deities, something very powerful happens, and they give you the understanding to be able to assimilate the information that you're getting. So I realized that right away, listening to so many talks, and I wanted to repeat that experience. So I kept coming to the temple. Rather than reading at home on my own, I've got so much more when I was there in the temple room in front of the devotees, hearing the Katha. And it was very, very reassuring and very building of confidence. Later on, when I took initiation, I noticed that when I was asked to sit on Vyasa-san and give a class, there again, right in the presence of the deities, I needed some reassurance, I needed some confidence building. But because they're right there, you can turn and look at them and have their darshan right away. And they would immediately give me the words to say, hopefully some helpful words so other people could gain some understanding. But their presence, their physical presence is so powerful and should never be taken for granted. So as I became more attached to the deities on this journey, I, of course, would have to get in my car and leave the temple and go back to my family life. Family life was back in Arlington, Massachusetts. So that's about 10 miles away from the temple. And I would miss them. I would miss their presence. I was noticing that there was a technique that I could employ to really bring them into my mind, which was close to my house. You could drive up a hill into Somerville on Broadway. And as you reached Hill Square, you go over the crest of the hill. And from there, you could actually see the top of the Prudential building. And those of you who've seen this, it's a large building. It's one of the tallest in the city. And there's a little tower that extends from it. So I would look at this top of the Prudential building. And I used to think when I first moved to Boston, this Prudential building represents the biggest presence in Boston, which was, in my mind, the financial companies, the insurance companies, the people and the groups that have the power. But now this view is changing. Now I go to the top of that hill and I see the Prudential building. I see the little stem and the light that comes from it. And I would remember, Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, they're an eighth of a mile away from this building. And this is simply an extension of their glory, this building. So not unlike at Jagannath Puri, where the chakra and the flag are there on top of the temple. It was Lord Brahma who instructed devotees that they should worship the flag on top of the building, on top of the temple, even from afar, and you would get great benefit. So this is a technique. I'm sharing this with you today because I employed it many times. When you're far away from the temple, you can, if you're within 10 miles, say, you can look for that Prudential building, you can see the light on top of it, and know that their lordships are very close. And it is Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha who are the biggest presence in Boston. Okay. Importance of taking darshan. I would make a practice after I was designated as someone who could lead Harinams. I would go in front of the deities and I put my head down before every Harinam and I ask for their blessings. I say, look, I don't know if I have any power to do this, but I would like for you to give me your special blessings that I can do a nice Harinam. And these Harinams continued for many years. And many of you who are watching today, I'm happy to say we're part of those great Harinams. Mother Dinatarni especially, and you know who you are. So many wonderful, wonderful participants. These Harinams were small. Either one or two of us would go to Boylston Street and stand in front of the library at the T stop on Dartmouth. Some of them were big Harinams, especially in a city like Boston. There's all kinds of sports events that mark victory for the different teams, the Red Sox, the Patriots, etc. So we would go out for those big victory parades, and there'd be thousands of people on the street. And we would have our speakers, we'd have our wampers, we'd have all of our instruments, and we'd do these great Harinams. And indeed, Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha did bless us that so many people would hear the holy name, and countless others would receive books or even a card that day. I remember as a result of one Harinam that actually didn't go so well, there weren't many people listening, and we had a lot of dissension among the group. The day after that Harinam, someone came to the temple and they said, I missed the Harinam group, but I saw something on the ground after you guys were here. It was a card, a temple card with the address on it and with the Maha Mantra. And for them, that card was their introduction to the process. And they we're so blessed because we chose to go out, because we got the blessing of Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Okay, so back to Harinams. The Harinams have continued, and I remember one in particular where it was the Boston Marathon. The Boston Marathon, we made it a regular practice to go out for at least 2 hours because those were the biggest crowds of the Boston gatherings. Any time of the year, these were the biggest ones. The Boston Marathons would always be the second or third Monday in April. And so this was in 2013, and the crowds were just overwhelming, not thousands, but tens of thousands of people on the streets of Boston. Myself and two other devotees went out. And one of them was Bhakta B. I'll give him an anonymous name. Bhakta B and I and another devotee, we went out trying to spread the holy name among tens of thousands of people. Where is everybody? I wish we had more people, but we're going to do this anyway. So we went out with the speakers as loud as we could get, the three of us making as much music as we possibly could. We stood in the middle of these crowds waiting for the runners to go by for about an hour. And we did our level best. So many people heard the holy name that day. I was feeling really good and very encouraged. But because of the size of the crowds, we were unable to get to the main course of the marathon, which was on Boylston Street, Boylston and Dartmouth, precisely. That's where the finish line, the last stretch of the race was. We wanted to go out there so that so many people would hear the name. But the crowds were getting thicker and thicker. And finally, after an hour of Harinam, Bhakta B looked at me and said, "Hey, I'm spent. I can't do this anymore. I'm tired. I really want to go back to the temple." And I was so angry. I tried to cover my anger. "Please, can't you just give me 10 more minutes?" No, Mataji, I'm tired, I'm spent, I don't want to play drums anymore, my hands hurt, I want to go back to the temple. So what could I do? My compassion for him overrided my compassion for the crowds. I said, okay, let's go back to the temple. I really don't want to, but because you're asking me, and I'm looking over my shoulder, I remember looking over my shoulder at far away Boylston Street. If I could just get down Dartmouth Street right now, we would be in the middle of the biggest crowd of onlookers. But no, I had to let it go. My heart was breaking. Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Maybe there was something to this. So the three of us slowly headed back to the temple. We were dragging our feet. We were so tired. I had to admit I was tired at that point. We walked back, came onto Kamav, walked up the steps, got back into the temple. At that point, the deities were resting, but we paid our obeisances to the closed curtains. And I was just feeling discouraged, but happy that we had the little bit that we did. 4 minutes after we arrived back at the temple, there was a huge sound. 2013 Boston Marathon, that was the bombing. Those two Muslim gentlemen from Russia. Okay, so it says my time is up. But that was my, I wanted to share that with you, that Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha did protect us in a major way that day from getting into any kind of physical harm. So thank you, Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Thank you all for listening. Please accept my humblest obeisances, forgive my offenses. Hare Krishna.
Jai, thank you, Sadami Mataji. It is great to see you back in our programs. Next, we have His Grace Shyamarupa Prabhu, sharing some of his memories. Over to you, Shyamarupa Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Prabhu, thank you for inviting me and for organizing this wonderful festival. And I really appreciate all that I've heard so far. I caught the tail end of Chaitanya Bhagavat, so I'm gonna have to go back and listen. But So I just want to offer my obeisances before I speak to my beloved spiritual master, His Holiness Naranjana Swami, who's encouraged me to accept second initiation so I can render service to Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha. Whenever he is in the area, I always make a point to have darshan. And during the darshan with my Guru Maharaj, I always either begin or end my meeting with a question is, what can I do? How can I be of service? Do you have an order for me? And the last time we spoke in person, actually it was not the last time, but it was a few years ago. And he described to me, as he did during his call last week, I think it was Sunday morning, about what a mystical experience it was for him to actually worship Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha, that he was engaged in so many services for Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha that were not directly requiring that he go on the altar. And of course, his realization was that everything that we do at the temple, whether it's stringing garlands together, or we're cooking for Krishna, or if we're washing the Krishna's pots, or if we're washing the floor, all is in service to Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha, because the temple is actually their home. It is it's not just their temple, it's their home. It's where we are able to come to and engage in service. And so he's explaining and relating his experience, and that his desire was that I participate more in the worship of Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha. And that's when I begin my program to come stay at the temple Wednesday evenings, do the late evening arti and offering, the milk offering, the sweets, the final 8:30 offering, arti. And then I stay over next morning and then do the boga offering the next day. But, and so from my experience was I came to Boston in 92. I came from Chicago, and the deities, Shri Shri Kishore Kishore, were very large marble deities. I think they came from Jaipur. There's like very beautifully carved deities, and very beautiful, and at the same time a little awe-inspiring because they're larger. So coming to Boston, having the darshan of Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha, immediately I sensed there was a more of an intimate mood with Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha. There was a sweetness and a quality that Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha had. And I didn't know at that time that Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha were personally installed by the hand of Srila Prabhupada, and that was somewhat of an unusual thing. More often, Srila Prabhupada would grant the blessings. He would indicate what the names of the deities would be that would be installed in a particular temple. But it wasn't that often that he himself presided over the installation of Radha Krishna deities. But when he came to Boston in 1971, he himself personally installed Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha, which means the ceremony is called Prana Pratishta. Prana Pratishta means that they call for the life energy of the Lord to come enter the deity. And we know that when a pure devotee of the Lord makes a request to the Lord has no choice. Of course, the Lord has infinite free will and can do as they like. But if it's the pure devotee of the Lord, such as Srila Prabhupada requesting, we know the Lord must acquiesce. The Lord is so, he is Bhakta Vatsala. He is always desiring the service and the upliftment of his devotees. And so from that time in 1992, when I moved to Boston, to when I accepted first initiation in 2005, And then later, 2014, I accepted second initiation. So that's like 9 years. What to speak of the time prior to my coming to Krishna consciousness, which was 19 years. So it was like 28 years from when I met the devotees and came in contact with Krishna consciousness to when I accepted second initiation. And I also wanted to spend a little bit of time getting used to chanting the mantras and getting used to that process. And it's such a, and I have to say that the first time I came on the altar to engage in service, Mother Indulekha was very kind and very patient in training me to worship Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. A wonderful head pujari, organized everything very wonderfully and really helped grace it. Taught me how to dress Shri Shri Gaura Nitai, how to engage and do a boga offering. Made it simple and approachable for me. And I have to say that it was very much, I have to concur with my spiritual master that it was very much a sublime experience. And I felt very strongly that everything that I had done in service of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha allowed me to come to make an offering on behalf of my spiritual master, on behalf of Srila Prabhupada and our parampara. Because when we make these offerings of either doing puja or a boga offering, it's really we're assisting our guru and our guru's guru and then parampara to do they're doing the offering. We're just assisting. But even with that, being able to serve my spiritual master in that way and doing the offering, I have to say it was really a beautiful, mystical experience. And I don't know if I can put it because it's not like lights flashing or, you know, flowers from above, but it was this wonderful connection where you realized that these personalities we're serving are actually people. They have likes and dislikes. And what they really want from the pujari is for us to pay mind to them. Much like in chanting, the root of all offenses is pramad, inattentiveness. So the same thing I've noticed with doing deity worship. It's about mindfulness, about being present in what we're offering. We can't bring anything into the altar with us in terms of baggage. But if we're totally present and meditating on the Lord and meditating on what the Lord's likes and dislikes are with a mood of pleasing the Lord, then that's actually why I find it's a most rewarding experience. And Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha will always make sure to keep us in that state. They'll arrange for it. If you're not mindful, things become more frustrated. So I am very glad to be part of this 50th anniversary of the installation of these most worshipful. My Gurudev has oftentimes shared with me that when he comes to Boston, he always desires to take shelter, like Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha are his shelter. Many people look to him for shelter, but that is his shelter. So he comes, and it's always a wonderful thing to see to see Niranjan Swami take darshan of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, because you know that he's placing himself at their lotus feet. So thank you very much for inviting me, for allowing me to speak a few words. I hope what I've said has some value to the devotees, and I look forward to hearing other devotees' offerings. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Shamra Prabhu. Thank you for this wonderful offering. So, do we have His Grace Asrupala Nasna Prabhu or His Grace Bhima Prabhu on this call right now? Okay, if not, I'll read an offering from His Grace Brajendra Nandan Prabhu, while any of them might join in a few minutes. So this is from Brajendra Nandan Prabhu. He has shared his offering through a letter. Dear Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, please accept my heartfelt gratitude for being so merciful to me and engaging me in your service ever since I moved to Boston. This is such special moment in history to be witnessing the appearance of your 50th anniversary in Boston Temple and hearing different pastimes from all the exalted devotees who have served you over the last 5 decades. My prayer on this special occasion is, Dear Radha Gopi Vallabha, please help me to develop humility, to surrender my body and words unto you, to accept everything favorable and reject everything unfavorable for your service, and to depend upon you as my maintainer and protector. Eternally yours in service, Rajendra Nandana Das. It's a wonderful prayer. I think since we don't have either Bhima Prabhu or Ashrapuranashram Prabhu, I'll share a recording of His Grace Chaitanya Rasa Prabhu and Ranga Mataji that they shared. Yeah, they conveyed their apologies for not being able to present here live. They are in book distribution program, so they said they will send us a recording.
Hare Krishna. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishnapastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namini Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesa Sunyavani Pashutari Satarini Vancha Kalpatarubhyasya Kripa Sindhubhyarevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our realizations with reference to the mercy that we have received from Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha. So, to be very precise, our Krishna conscious movement or our Krishna conscious involvement in Krishna conscious movement has begun only from under the mercy of Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha at Boston area, and it's been a wonderful journey so far, and hope to see a lot more involvement of our family in service to Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha going forward. Some of the situations or scenarios that we have experienced, we would like to share as our family. First thing is the Devotee Association. It's a wonderful devotee congregation that we have at Boston Temple under the guidance of His Grace Vanamali Pandit Prabhu. It's been a wonderful journey so far, and the association is very nurturing at Boston Temple. And there are certain situations and that we have seen direct hand of Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha. For example, like whenever we were sort of busy with services, and it's almost like it's a mother's place kind. Like whenever we had been to the temple, it's always he makes sure that prasadam is ready, so that we are not starving, or we are not deprived of the energy that we need to do the service. So it's always been like, no matter what part of the day or what day we go, what time we go, prasadam is always ready at the temple.
And it's, when we talk about, as Mataji, we are able to relate much better, because when we go to mother's house, we are fully pampered with all the goodies, like how mother very affectionately takes care, like that. When we go to temple, we get the similar mercy and similar goodies from the temple, reciprocation from Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha through the devotees and their association, which makes us feel, yes, that's the real home for us.
Yeah. And many a times it so happened that we would be in a very dire situation, running late for some events, or but His mercy is always there. Whenever we are going for the service, any kind of obstacles are totally removed, even before we pray for His mercy. So it's like, without asking, He would shower His mercy always. Some of the examples maybe she can share much better. The recent one.
Yeah, the recent one is when we went as part of the 50th anniversary, we wanted to do book distribution on both the day celebration days, which is pretty tight with all the temple services, Mahaharinam, Abhishek, opportunities, everything was there. But we also wanted to do book distribution on both these days as dedicated offering to Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. So we intentionally went ahead with the events, and especially on Sunday when I was trying to rush back to the Abhishek, like my husband went to support the cooking, the Rajbhog, and he brought the prasad. But the distribution was so busy that day that I really couldn't honor the entire prasad. I just honored a little prasad, and then I thought I'll honor later. And then because I was getting late for the Abhishek, I just rushed to drive, because it's a long drive from there to reach the temple. And I missed to take the Rajbhog to finish my rest of my lunch. It was already evening. And after I left, my husband called up, are you all set? Are you all good to go to reach the temple? I told him I forgot to take my lunch, and I was pretty hungry. But I knew Radha Gopi Vallabha is there, he'll take care. But it's like a miracle that what happened was my husband started after 20 or 25 minutes after I left the place, because he had packed everything after the distribution stall, and then he started the car. But I was on my way towards the temple. I was stuck in a traffic, and my husband had to come in the same route, and after a specific point we'll be diverting towards his home. He'll be going to his home and I'll be reaching the temple. So I was stuck in the traffic and waiting for the traffic to clear and take a different exit to really take a diverted route. But Radha Gopi Vallabha's mercy, Radharani is so merciful that she cleared the traffic where my husband was there, and she made him to overtake the route that we were supposed to take, and he was well ahead of me, and he had all the pressure that I was supposed to take. So he was waiting at a later exit, and then my traffic cleared up, and then I was able to pick up pressure from him, honor it, and then I was able to reach temple on time again. So these are some occasions where it's really touching that Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha is already there, and he's fully supportive of all the services, all the outreach services that we are trying to attempt to share the mercy that we have received from Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha and Srila Prabhupada with his mercy. So these are some occasions where we were able to realize it.
And we are so grateful to the temple that though we are not qualified enough, we get so much of services to do at the temple, like either cooking or garland making or other services. So we are very grateful to Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha and all the devotees at the temple who have been so very supportive of our journey in Krishna consciousness, even engaging the kids during the various services that we do. It's a wonderful temple, wonderful deities, wonderful devotees. Anything else to say, Ranga?
We are very fortunate that we are having the Devotee Association and the Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha Association here to progress further in our. We are in a very infancy stage of our spiritual life, but with all of their support, we are able to progress further along with our spiritual master of mind. And a couple of other instances where I was just recollecting that couple of times when when we were running a little late to reach the destination with all the packing stuff, and it's a heavy duty work, going to the setting up a stall and taking out the content. couple of times when we were running late, we noticed it may be a very small point, but we noticed that at that time when even though there is traffic, even though there is a red signal, multiple red signals, we were able to really, but the moment we reach the signal, it becomes green, and we really were able to breeze through to reach on time. So at that time we used to wonder, Radha Gopal is very merciful. When it comes to his services, he is fully supportive, and it's very
encouraging.
Very encouraging. And couple of times when we were doing the weekday evening Harinam, because it used to be a weekday evening, it was pretty difficult for all the devotees to really assemble and come on time for the Harinam. Couple of instances we were wondering, it's just our family, will we be able to really do justice doing a proper Harinam? And we were even when there is an opportunity, when there is when we slowly were thinking back, is it really are we really contributing sufficiently? And little demotivation factor tries to creep in. At that time, Radha Gopal Shri Radha Gopal makes sure that he sends some devotees or some good amount of public who come, the sincere souls coming and hearing the Harinam and encouraging us. So in our return journey back to our home, when we look back at how events happened, like how we were a little demotivated, and then how it turned out to be really the opposite end, very successful end.
Successful event.
So those are small things where
very encouraging.
Very encouraging. He doesn't allow the devotees to be demotivated. So in that way, Shri Radha Gopal is very, very merciful and very caring. We can see his hands in all the
every moment of our life.
Yeah. It's just that we are not yet there to see in every moment, but the hands are there. Every now and then we are getting an opportunity to really realize and
appreciate and
take it forward.
Be grateful for the opportunities that we get. I think, thank you for giving us this opportunity for the festival team and His Grace Vanamali Pandit Prabhu. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Ranga Mataji and Chaitanya Prabhu for sending us this recording. I think it's time for our Aarati. We'll have our Aarati in 2 minutes. I'll hand it over to Kaushik Prabhu from the temple. Over to you, Kaushik Prabhu.
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachayine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vakshatari Shatharine
Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Shakam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakachoya Astottara Satyashiman. His Divine Grace, Sri Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. That Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakachoya Astottara Satyashiman. His Divine Grace. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Islam Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nam Acharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Sikaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopavina Shamakund Radha Kunti Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Navadvitam Ki Jai. Gamgamai Ki Jai. Jamunamai Ki Jai. Tulsi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Samavit Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha Ki Jai. Gaura Premananda. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Gaura.
Dr. Shiromani Pranath Maharaj ki Jai Lord Premanande.
Thank you, devotees from the temple. So now we are going to have a short video compiled by His Grace Chaitanya Bhagavat Prabhu titled Golden Forms. It is a look at the history and
Giridharan
importance.
Prabhu, can you take over now?
Yes, Prabhu. I can take over. Thank you. So as I was saying, So, as I was saying, the video is a look at the history and importance of establishing Radha Krishna worship in Boston through the preserved media of the time.
Boston was one of the early and most important centers of the Krishna consciousness movement. There were only these few temples, and Boston was one of them. And it was an important center with Satsrup Maharaj and one of the pillars of our society.
We're actually eternal spirit soul. We're meant to enjoy eternal bliss and be full of knowledge. And this we can only do when we get spiritual teaching.
With Jadharani, our first woman and very strong devotee.
Krishna is everything. That's the whole point of Krishna consciousness. But there's nothing beyond Krishna. So everybody belongs with Krishna. Krishna is the reservoir of all pleasure.
Boston is a really, wonderful place that Srila Prabhupada had walked all over. He also walked, in downtown. And of course, he first arrived in America at Commonwealth Pier.
I met Giriraj Maharaj before he was even initiated. He was so enthusiastic, attending all the programs, was a Sankirtan devotee.
I first joined the temple at 95 Glenville Avenue. It was a storefront. It was small.
Just a few people, but spiritually strong.
At that time, we didn't have Radha Gopala, we just had little brass deities. But the deity worship is a little hard to relate to. But then I saw Satsvarupa do the deity worship. A responsible person, sober, pure-hearted, intelligent. So seeing him do it, I thought, must be something to it. We found this 40 North Beacon, very big house.
At one point, Prabhupada gave the instruction that everybody should go out for kirtan, for chanting. At least an hour a day.
We used to go out on the Boston Commons. And a few devotees circulating in the crowd that gathered.
The Harinam party would also sell Back to Godhead magazines.
So that became a source of income. And devotees would spend hours and hours there. It was enlivening.
Devotees were all chanting in Boston Commons, and I was smiling. There was big crowds of people watching, and I was probably the only one smiling and swaying and going, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. The devotees saw that, and they started going, come to us, come and sing with us. So I went up to the devotees, I sang, I danced, I was in total ecstasy. And after that, I went up to one of the ladies. He said, you people are the most beautiful people I have ever met. I feel so wonderful. I feel so happy, like I've never felt before. She said, oh, thank you. We're inviting you to our Sunday feast, and she handed me the card.
You know, Boston was always known for its amazing Sunday feasts, you know, with subjis and sweet rice and halava and nectar drinks. We lived from one Sunday feast to the next.
At the time, Boston was the biggest temple in ISKCON. ISKCON Press was there. They had more devotees than any other temple in ISKCON. We had little Radha Krishna deities, big Lord Jagannath deities have been replaced. And we had a picture, Lord Chaitanya performing Sankirtan. That picture is still in the Boston temple.
Prabhupada came in 1971. And he was rewarding the temple for persevering.
Satsvarup had requested that we get a larger set of Radha Krishna deities.
In the temple at 40 North Beacon Street, we got word that Srila Prabhupada had sent Radha Krishna deities by boat.
He had personally purchased them in India. They were identical to the Radha Madhava brass deities he had installed in Mayapur.
And he was to come install them, and there were quite a number of us devotees waiting to get initiated.
It was his kindness to stop and visit Boston, which was now a smaller temple.
ISKCON Press moved back to New York. Jadharani and all the artists and everybody that worked on the press, they all went down to New York.
In the meantime, Radha Gopi Vallabha had arrived by boat when they finally got fully unpacked, and there they were, shining like gold, so effulgent and beautiful.
Such a wonderful atmosphere, though, you know, knowing that Srila Prabhupada is coming and arriving, getting to prepare for him.
The time came for Prabhupada to come, and it was very, very exciting. Prabhupada flew to Boston from Detroit. A few devotees stayed back at the temple because it was the day for the Sunday feast, and we always had quite a large crowd.
This is the first time that most of us who were living at the temple had ever seen Srila Prabhupada in person. So we all went to the airport to greet him. And we had a big kirtan. We were waiting for him.
You know, we're waiting, and so many passengers are leaving, and no Srila Prabhupada. And all of a sudden, there he was in the door of the plane, just effulgent like the sun. And he walked down the steps.
He came in, and we were all just having this wonderful kirtan as Srila Prabhupada was walking through the airport, overwhelmed by having finally seen him.
We all offered our obeisances. We went right back to the temple because there were so many guests waiting to meet Srila Prabhupada.
When Prabhupada first arrived, he came to the temple and lectured and met with the devotees afterwards.
I had heard him on tapes before, and I had read his books. I can remember having that understanding that it was his temple. He had always been there. His presence, it was always felt there.
And so then the next day was, in the morning, was the installation of Radha Gopi Vallabha.
And it was like a combined ceremony. The same fire sacrifice, installed Radha Gopi Vallabha and did our first initiation.
Mother Gauri assisted him in that, and Satsrupa.
I sat beside him as he guided me in arranging ghee, yogurt, and milk
Srila Prabhupada, who was sitting on his cushion, he said, in the four corners, people should be reading from 4 different scriptures. He said, go get me the Brahma Samhita. And Srila Prabhupada started chanting the Brahma Samhita prayers, reading the book.
The installation was quite simple. They were bathed in some stainless steel tubs.
Allowed me to pour the liquids from Gopi Ballabha, golden forms standing before us.
After the Abhishek, Srila Prabhupada asked for Radharani. He personally started drying and polishing Radharani.
And they became extremely shiny and effulgent. Prabhupada dressed them, both of them, and put on their crowns.
Worship of Krishna is just being grateful for everything that he gives, giving us the holy name. Radha Gopi Ballabha has agreed to appear. And then there was another initiation in the evening. And this time, Karandar performed the fire dagya. Of course, Srila Prabhupada was sitting right there. I remember watching him chanting.
Radha Gopi Vallabha were already installed when I first started coming at the end of '72. Although it was cold and austere in Boston, it was really a family spirit. That's what I remember most about the temple.
They had, so much love for Srila Prabhupada. I really wanted to be part of it.
Everybody just embraced the opportunity to do whatever was necessary to keep the temple going. In '74, somehow or other, we purchased this building on Commonwealth Avenue.
It was a very exciting move.
We had to be out of that building by a certain date, but it wasn't ready to move the deities. We got everything together here for receiving the deities, and so there would be no disruption whatsoever to the deity worship. In between their morning artik and their lunch offering,
the deities were transported in the back of the station wagon.
Adi Keshava took Gopi Vallabha and Sumati took Srimati Radharani.
I remember sitting back there with them. When we first got there, they were on a temporary altar, but on the second floor, while the altar downstairs was being prepared in the temple room.
There was no hiccup. The deities got their next artik, they got their next offering.
He is able to take service from you in any way. Therefore, you have to approach him authorizedly. For your facility, Krishna has appeared before you as stone, as wood. But stone is also Krishna. That requires little brain. He can take service in any form. That is absolute. Because the stone is not different from Krishna. It is Krishna's energy. Just like a small letter box. You put the letter and it will go 10,000 miles away. How it goes?
An idol means worshiping something as God, which is not God. That the deity is God. It's not an idol in the sense of worshiping something which is not God as God, but it actually is God.
If you approach the deities as brass or stone, they will remain brass or stone. But if you approach him as Krishna, then he will reveal himself to you that he's Krishna.
So Krishna is being taken care of very nicely. Krishna's eating so many preparations. There's morning, there's breakfast, there's snacks, also the deity's clothes are being changed regularly. Those who come here to see these deities, they can get a nice understanding about Krishna consciousness. They can become evolved, very elevated.
That's the idea, that we can come and serve the deity in the temple. And that will engage our senses in the Lord's service.
Radha Gopi Vallabha have impressed many devotees and had made people have a change of heart. They are very real, very kind, very merciful, and confirm that they are not statues. Radha and Krishna are there, so we can render service to them. That is why they're there. So we get this great opportunity to serve them.
To be attached to your deity, that kind of attachment leads to love and deeper love and wanting to serve them nicely. I don't see anything wrong with being attached to your deity.
There's a particular kirtan I'll never forget. At Radha Gopi Vallabha gave me that glimpse as an encouragement, as an opportunity to show me their eternal pastimes in Goloka Vrindavan. They personally were reciprocating.
And so that reciprocation with the deity is something we experience, because we were not, like I said, we weren't born into this culture. We weren't doing it because we were expected to do it. We felt something from doing it, and that inspired us to continue doing it.
That a lot of people became devotees here in Boston. They went to LA, they went to different temples all over. And the deities are still here, and their mercy is still there. And they're so wonderful.
My dear Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, as you stand there with your benediction glance, with your ever beautiful Radha at your side, with your many eager servants looking with love-filled eyes, we come to realize that you have been the one constant in Boston, of which the majority of that time has been right where you stand, right now. You have always been there for us, your servants, to look upon, to make offerings to hear our prayers, to accept our worship, to simply be in your presence, the lords of the brownstone. The two of you majestically stand there looking out at Commonwealth Avenue through the seasons, years and decades, sometimes in a packed hall, sometimes alone, or with a few, or a one. You are always there upon that unique marble altar, with Jagannath, Baladev, and Subhadra on your left, and Gaura-Nitai on your right, with Vishaka and Lalita glowing on the sides, the arches behind, the mirrors above, your divine sanctum, the Lords of Kam Ave.
The deity is a bridge between the material world and the spiritual world. And with the deity, we're able to use objects in the material world and spiritualize them by offering them to the Lord in deity form. And our consciousness becomes purified, our senses become purified. And by serving the deity, we get to replace our material samskaras, which are in our heart, with spiritual samskaras, so that eventually we will be fully imbued with Krishna consciousness.
When I saw Radha Gopi Vallabha and the devotees, somehow or other it was clear to me, this is where Krishna wants me to go.
I loved serving Radha Gopi Vallabha. Honestly, those were the happiest years of my entire life, was serving them. I loved getting up in the morning so I could go wake them up, and I would be the last one to bed at night because I would put them to rest. My days were just so completely full with service for them. And all I know is they reciprocated by making my heart very happy to be doing whatever service I was doing for them.
I remember coming into the temple and dancing in the kirtan and looking at Radha Gopi Vallabha. It was like the whole spiritual world opened up to me. I mean, I was looking at Radha Gopi Vallabha, and it's almost like they'll be the personalities who will accept me.
Oh, that was a wonderful video from made by His Grace Chaitanya Bhagavat Prabhu. I see His Grace Bhima Prabhu is here. His Grace Bhima Prabhu, would you like to speak a few words, maybe on the video and even your memory sharing? I think we missed you there.
Haribol, can you hear me?
Yes, Prabhuji, we can hear you.
I don't know if you can, how well. I am driving right now. I am so sorry I missed out. I was in a very spotty area, but I did see the video. And though I was not obviously around at that time, I was around 1980. And actually, Radha Gopi Vallabha were the deities that I had made my final, my final stint in the material world was ended upon right after meeting Radha Gopi Vallabha for the first time. I was with Radhanath Maharaj, and we were visiting the Boston Temple because my parents and I myself, I had lived in Massachusetts, so I was in West Virginia at New Vrindavan and as a bhakta. And I did not want to totally surrender, which was always marked, and most importantly with me, by shaving up, would have been the surrender into the movement. I was in college at that time, so I had a lot of hesitation. But we were visiting the Boston Temple for the first time. He took me here, and my parents came and visited. And they met Maharaj, Radhanath Maharaj. This was 1981. And the curtains had closed, evening darshan. And two things. One is right after that, I had gone up, I was called upstairs, and Radhanath Maharaj had won a competition with me. We had a competition. And the wager was that if he won, I would shave up. And if I won in this particular competition between him and I, then he would never ask me to shave up, which was my way out of having to surrender that last bit of vanity and will. And long story short, right upstairs in the, I believe the same room as the shop is now, the temple shop is now, after the curtains had closed on my first Radha Gopi Vallabha evening arti, I think it was 9 o'clock at the time, I had to go down on my knees, and because I had lost the competition, and Maharaj put a razor to my head, and and then asked me if this was purely voluntary, and because he says we do not force anybody to do anything against their will, and I thought he was giving me a way out to say I'm not ready, and I said I'm not ready, but I kind of mumbled it, and he instantly ran the razor across my head, and I was so Radha Gopi Vallabha is very dear to me in that sense. Can I still be heard, by the way? I'm going through a town that I know I dropped.
Yes, Prabhu.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other thing is that after 20 years, I had not seen Radha Gopi Vallabha. 1980, 1981, I had not seen Radha Gopi Vallabha until 2009, I believe it was again. So you're talking almost 30 years. In between that time, it had been a long time since I had been back to Boston, and I had left New Vrindavan at that time. And this was an incident that made Radha Gopi Vallabha very, very, very dear to me. And, my first humorous surrender to Krishna and Radha happened in 1981. And then I had come back to the Boston Temple for the first time after 30 some odd years in the middle of the day, because I had moved back to Boston. And I was feeling a bit distant from the devotees. I had gotten married and was on my own, but I so wanted to get back together and close in a community, close association, a family, again, as what I had in New Vrindavan. But I was very ashamed of the distance that I had put between myself and the devotees. But something little voice said, go to the Boston Temple. And it was the middle of the day, and I had entered the front door, and I said to myself, if Krishna wants me back, if he wants me back in close, intimate association, I was a little bit of an independent, then Radha Gopi Vallabha, the deities, will be open to me, because I had no idea what time it was, what time the darshan, what time the curtains were open or anything. It was a hit or miss. I just said, dear Krishna, if you want me back, please be there for me when I come through, when I come into the temple room. This is the first time, remember, in 30 years I had been back. And I walked into the room, and just as I walked into the temple room, the curtains had closed. It literally was a foot left and the curtain closed. And I let out there was nobody in there except the pujari. And Uddhava Gita was the pujari. And I sighed a little bit, like, oh, maybe I'm not pure enough to come to be close amongst the devotees, or I'm not, it's not my time, any excuse. And when I thought about that, my heart kind of fell. And then Uddhava Gita stuck his head out and looked at me and said, "Would you like to see the deities?" And I said, and I knew that, once the curtains are closed, you reopen the curtains. But and I said, yes, my heart leapt up and said, yes. And the curtains, he stepped back behind and reopened the curtains after he had closed them so that I could take darshan. And my heart just broke in a good way. And I've been with the Boston community since then. I don't know whether I'm overstepping my ground then, but I just feel like, Boston is my family, and Radha Gopi Vallabha, my mother and father, who asked me to come back and showed me their grace and mercy. And by the way, that video put together by Chaitanya Bhagavat is an absolute work of art, the editing and everything like that. And it really brings back some fond memories of the days where we were wild with enthusiasm back in those days. So Hare Krishna, thank you for listening. I probably way overstepped my boundaries here for time, but I just had to relay that wonderful grace that was bestowed by the Pujari Uddhava Gita and Radha Gopi Vallabha. Haribol.
Thank you, Bhima Prabhu. Thank you for sharing those memories even while you're driving. Thank you. Next,
Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna. Next, we have His Grace Rohini Nandan Prabhu. Rohini Nandan Prabhu, are you available?
I'm always available. What else I have to do?
Thank you, Prabhu. Yeah, you can take over. It's yours. It's all yours.
Absolutely. Namo Vishwadaya Krishna Bhastaya Bhutale Shrimati Niranjan Swamiti Namine Mukam Karoti Vachanam Pango Lagyate Giri Yat Kripatame Vandam Vande Pramanam Madhavam Om Namo Vishwadaya Krishna Bhastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swamiti Namaste Sasadevi Karnam Chine Nagase Sashina Pashate Shataine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Vancha kalpatu vaisya, kripa sindhu bhaivacha, patitanam pavandyo vaishnavyo namo namah. So thank you to all the event organizers for making such a beautiful offering for the 50th anniversary of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, and also giving me the opportunity to share the wonderful time I'm having in Boston because of the causeless mercy of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh. Can everyone hear me fine?
Yes, Prabhu, we can hear you.
Is this also done in the temple also? Are there devotees in the temple?
Yes, Prabhuji.
Thank you. Just want to pay my obeisances to all the devotees who are here and at the temple. And again, thank you. Having a wonderful time again, actually, because of the causeless mercy of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh. I came to Boston in 2001 in February to US, and then came to Boston area in April of 2001. And I was living in Worcester. And for first 3 days, I traveled from Worcester to Cambridge. I was working for IBM at that point. And it was taking me 3.5 hours to get there by all the public transportations. And then the third day after work, I decided it would be good to see the residing deities and take their blessings. And when I came in, Damodar Prabhu opened the door. And within 10 minutes, he told me, why don't you move into the temple? And I was like, that's an amazing idea. Because I always, growing up, wanted to stay at Shri Radha Ras Bihari temple in Juhu. That's where I grew up, like close to them. And I always wanted to stay close to the temple or in the temple. And here you go, right? So And then he was the head pujari at that point. And Kastuba Prabhu, who was the temple president, was traveling at that point. So he said, why don't you come back in 2 days? He will be back. He normally is not, it doesn't allow anyone who is working to be in the temple, but we can speak. And I can probably twist his arms. As we all know, Damodar Prabhu, he has this magic charm. So I had a wonderful darshan, and I felt like so welcomed by their mercy in this very different place, right? And then fortunately, when I came back, Kastuba Prabhu said, yeah, absolutely. You're welcome to stay with us. And then I think next day itself, I just moved into the temple. And I stayed at the temple for close to 2.5 years in the upstairs in the ashram. And every day I felt like Mangla Aarti was a Janmashtami festival with all the amazing devotees we had at that point, and we'll continue to have amazing devotees at our temple. But it was just fantastic, right? We had Damodar Prabhu, His Grace, Premananda Prabhu, His Grace, Kastuba Prabhu, His Grace, Ram Rai Prabhu, and many, and I'm going to forget, so please forgive me. I love all of you very, very much, but just my memory is short. But it was just fantastic environment, and I felt like it's amazing that how Krishna arranges you to grow in Krishna consciousness, and it doesn't matter who you are and where you are in your respective journey, but they're always there as a true parent. And I always pray to them that please, please, please keep me as your youngest son, as parents always love their youngest son the most, and he may be naughty or may not be what an ideal son should be, but they always love them so that over a period of time, they give the purification and the sincerity so that they can serve. And I think the way you get them is by the association of the devotees of the Lord. And I think that's what happened is in that 2.5 years, I got an opportunity to see the love each one of them had for Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh and their just emotions and love and care for every service which was done, at the same time how it was done. One of the devotees, like again, everyone, I don't want to single out anyone, but as you think about it, when I had an opportunity to start cooking for the deities, I was not even initiated, but His Holiness Niranjan Swami Maharaj was very, very kind. Not seeing all my faults, he said, yes, you can cook. And I had an opportunity to cook with many, many devotees, right? Sachima, Chaitya Guru Prabhu, Krishna Bhakta Prabhu, Mother Harinam, and again, countless number of devotees who were there at that point and I always look at Krishna Leela Prabhu, and I just thought that it's kind of like he's in a Golok Vrindavan cooking for Shri Krishna, the mood, and somehow always requested him, not verbally but always requested him at his lotus feet that somehow he can give the same love to me also. And I think that's how all the devotees were in terms of their service to Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh. And the fun piece was also that we had a group of aspiring probably servant, I would say. And the group of us were growing. And again, for me, it's a long way to be in this journey. But the bonding we had to serve Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh was just sweet. I would say we were given different services by different authorities, even it was Kastuba Prabhu or Damodar Prabhu or Premananda Prabhu or Nitai Prabhu. And it was that, hey, I think we should do this seva. And most of us, I can speak on their behalf too, didn't have much experience either distributing books or cooking or organizing an event, but Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh made everything work. And the bonding increased and the love for them increased because they were also be part of it, and they were also having us come close to serve them. I heard the session from His Holiness Niranjan Swami Maharaj about the pastimes, which I never thought about because that's probably way beyond my thought process about the leelas which happens behind the curtain. But however, I always saw that the devotees who were either at the temple or coming to the temple and the mood they had, it was very visible, the love and how the reciprocation of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh was to each one of us, right? Building that personal one-on-one relationship with them. And I just always thank them and pray them that somehow they always keep me and my family in some service, either directly or indirectly to them, but always keep us. So I just want to thank all of you as well for coming together and sharing our mood or our personal gratitude and reflections and our span of service with them, so that how we are all, how he, right, Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, due to the causeless, again, mercy of his pure devotee, Shri Srila Prabhupada Ji, how we are connected with Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, and whatever service we do and we will be doing because of their mercy, again, they always show that reciprocation and guide us internally. Right? With that, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. I am having a wonderful time in Boston, maybe physically be there at the temple or not there at the temple, but being engaged with, again, an amazing group of devotees in Lexington. And I just pray to Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh that somehow they always keep us engaged in their kind service. With that, thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate, and have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful spiritual life under the guidance of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh and Prabhupada and your respective Guru Maharaj. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you for this wonderful offering and taking your valuable time out to speak with us. Thank you for this. Next, we have Srinivas Prabhu and Shalini Mataji. They are traveling right now, so I had to give them this chance. Sorry for pushing other devotees a little bit behind. It's all yours, Prabhu. Srinivas Prabhu. You're muted right now. Probably you could unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I apologize. All the devotees who are supposed to talk ahead of me. I'm so sorry. And thank you for letting me go now, actually. First of all, I feel like almost unqualified, actually, to talk among the other devotees. So, but I take this as an opportunity to express our gratitude for letting us do the services for our dear deities Radha Gopi Vallabh. So, regarding the memories, actually, to share, like it's almost like I mean, the first darshan I had of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh was on February 2011, actually. So it's almost 10 years, actually. So 10 years. So if I had to think, actually, like what our life would have been without Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh deities, oh, I can't imagine, actually. So this 10 years have passed like in a whiff, actually, like quickly it has passed, actually. So Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh services have kept us busy in a way. So we are grateful for the service opportunities that we receive. And a couple of memories that I would like to share is like, so I would like to thank His Grace Krishna Bhakta Prabhuji. Yeah, he was the first person to give me the service of doing the fruit offering, actually, on Sundays at 3:30. And so that was my first service for Shri Shri Radha Gopiyalaba. And so one day, while trying to cut the fruits actually for the evening offering, like I was cutting it taking my own time, and cutting it in a small pieces actually, and almost running late actually for the 3:30 offering actually. But then he came down quickly and then said, "Why are you doing this?" No, I'm want to make it like a tiny pieces actually. No, Radha Gopiyalaba. Deities, Radha Gopiyalaba, Shri Shri Radha Gopiyalaba has a big mouth actually, so he can take the big piece chunks actually, the pineapple chunks actually. So I understood actually. So that's how devotees treat actually. Like basically, when I first came in contact with the Shri Shri Radha Gopiyalaba deities, and being coming from the religious background, I was more attached to the process as such actually, not having any kind of connection with the deities as such. So but after it's all the interactions with the devotees actually, I came to know, like no, that's not how we have to be with the deities actually. Like we can have a relationship with the deities actually. So that relationship with deities is no different from having a relationship with a person actually. That's how the connection got deepened. The relationship started relationship started getting closer and closer actually. Another anecdote, yeah, I'll keep it short actually. I think I'm running over actually. Just another thing is, like I observed, like when I was about to take the prasadam plate actually for the Sunday offering actually, like although the plates were ready, and there was some time actually, like but I was about to take it to the upstairs actually for the pujari room for the tulsi offering and water. But then like the devotees said actually, no, let's wait actually. Like it's not good to offer the food right off from the stove actually. It was very hot. Like we should give it some time to bring it like to a temperature that can be eaten by the deities actually. Then I that also I got to know, okay, no, we should treat the deities like a person actually. So all these memories actually like deepened or made my relationship with Radha Gopiyalaba closer and closer actually. Like now on hearing more and more lectures actually, like they are not deities, they are like taken that form to develop the relationship actually. So I'm very grateful. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of our family for Shalini, because she also got opportunities to do the garland services for Shri Shri Radha Gopiyalaba. So thank you very much actually to the temple management and all the devotees actually, like who have thought like how to develop the relationship with the deities actually. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Srinivas Prabhu.
Thank you.
Next, we have Her Grace Premanandini Mataji and His Grace Gangadhar Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Can you hear me? Giridharan Prabhu, I'm outside actually.
We can hear you. Would you like to turn on your video if you would like?
No, I can't switch on. It's my cell phone, so I just don't want to have it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sorry. Sorry. Hare Krishna, everyone. Dandavat Pranam to all the assembled devotees, all great to Srila Prabhupada. So I have been associated with ISKCON Boston for almost 17 years now. And when I moved to Boston from Hartford, I was involved in various services to Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh. Whether it is making flower outfits, making garlands, going out for book distribution, Harinams, or any other service, got opportunity to serve them from 2004. So, but then I got my Brahman Diksha in 2014, and I'm serving Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh as Pujari for almost 5 years now. So I was fortunate to get trained under wonderful Pujaris like Indulekha Mataji, Vrindaneshwari Mataji, and Ananga Gopi Mataji, who have served them for so many years. I learned a lot from them. When I started doing this, when I started doing Pujari services, I read a lot of books before and heard in many lectures that in our present condition with our material eyes, we cannot see Radha Krishna. So they agreed to appear in the form of a deity so that devotees can worship and make offerings to them. But I got to experience this in my 5 years of service to them. There are many realizations, but the one I would like to share today is the one that I would never forget in my entire life. So when I started dressing Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, I was more focused on dressing Gopi Vallabh, as I thought it would take me more time to make turban. Just because of turban, I was under the impression that it takes more time. So let me first start with Gopi Vallabh. So my focus was to make a beautiful turban, as I thought that's the most difficult part. I was never on time. I was never on time to turn them for their breakfast offering. And somehow this was an offense, and I knew it that this was an offense, as I was disturbing the other Pujari's service by not turning the deities on time for their breakfast. And somewhere or other it was in my mind, and I tried very hard but couldn't be on time. So it is there in the back of your mind, and you're serving. But then so one day, what happened was, when I was dressing Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, and when I was dressing Gopi Vallabh and making his turban, I was putting my hand down, and suddenly my hand hit Radharani's left hand. And I couldn't move my hand for almost like 30 seconds or so. And somehow or other, I just dressed them, and again I was late. But I was restless, thinking why did she hit me? Maybe she's not happy with my service, or maybe I did some offense to her. There is something, why did she hit me? So I decided that I should just please her next time by dressing her first, and then give her more time. And so maybe I can have Gopi Vallabh wear a crown instead of turban on that day. So I just started dressing her the following Sunday first, and guess what? I was on time. also Gopi Vallabh was in his turban. So I was like, okay, this is working. So I tried for the same thing for a couple of more Sundays and figure out that I was on time, and could turn the deities on time for their breakfast offering. And I was happy, thinking that, okay, this process is working well. So, I'll just continue doing this. But I didn't realize that this was the reason, and this was the way of, them reciprocating with me. So after this incident, it was almost 1.5 years later, His Holiness Niranjan Maharaj came to our temple for Sunday feast. And when he came to our temple, I was, after the Sunday feast, he was sitting, and we all approached him and we were speaking to him. And somewhere or the other, I just had this desire to ask him. So I asked him that, Maharaj, I'm dressing Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh for almost some time now on Sunday morning. So, you're very close to them, and I know they speak to you. Can you please tell me if they are accepting my service or not? I know I'm just a new pujari, but just want to see if they are accepting my service, because now you are here and it's very hard for you to, you don't come that often. I don't know when you're going to you will be coming here. So he smiled and he said, Prem Nandini, I did not take the darshan today. Do you have pictures? And I always take pictures on Sunday. So I said, yeah, Maharaj, I have pictures. I always take them on Sunday. So I showed him the pictures. So he asked me three questions. So the first question he asked me was, do they have gopi dots? And I said, yes, Maharaj. I zoomed the picture of Radharani, and I said, Maharaj, not very artistically like Ananga Gopi Mataji, but I try to have gopi dots. And he smiled and he nodded his head like, okay. And then the next question was, who do you bathe first? And I said, I bathe Gopi Vallabh first. And he nodded again his head and he said, okay. And then the third question was, who do you dress first? And because I was dressing Radharani at that time, so I was very happy, and I happily said that, Maharaj, I dressed Radharani first. And he gave a beautiful smile, and as if he knew everything what was happening in my mind, and he knew something was there. And he said to me, like, this is how it should be. See, they speak to you. Just keep on sincerely serving them. And that was the first time I realized that they are actually there. They reciprocate, they speak to you. Maybe I I was not qualified enough to understand at that time, but through the mercy of His Holiness Niranjan Maharaj, I could understand that they are there and they actually reciprocate. And being a new Pujari, that was the first time I realized that how fortunate we are to serve them and how merciful they are to accept our service. Since then, my each interactions with them has been increasing my faith in them. And sometimes still I am not on time, but they are still allowing me to serve them. So this is Radha Gopi Vallabh. And our Radharani, she's the most beautiful Radharani. When you look at her beautiful smile, you are surely to fall in love with her. The way, her beautiful face, her beautiful smile. So sometimes it's hard to put your emotions in words. But all I can say is that thank you very much, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh. And thank you very much to all the Boston devotees for your associations and blessings. And please pray that we keep serving them like this and celebrate many more anniversaries together. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Mataji. Would Gangadhar Prabhu be speaking today?
Yes, he is there.
Okay. Gangadhar Prabhu. Yes.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam Prabhuji. I'll be concise. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to express my gratitude to Sri Radha Gopi Vallabh ji. I'm going to give one very classic example of my life that strengthened my faith. And the intention is it strengthens everyone's faith here. I'm associated with ISKCON Boston for 16 years since I moved from University of Connecticut to here at Northeastern University. And one thing I'm convinced in my 16 years of experience is whenever we are having this internal communication, when we come in front of our DTs, and there are some dialogues going on, right? We may be in some difficulties, or we may be appreciating. So that internal communication, Radha Gopi Vallabh ji is witnessing. He's listening to it, and it could be devotional. Related. So my experience in all these years has been, whenever I have a sincere desire that, I wish I could get that service, and that has materialized. And so sometimes it is that already some devotees are assigned and I have no hopes that, I will have that opportunity, and somewhere or other things unfolded and I got an opportunity. So every time I got this message, you have sincere desire, that's a ticket. That you need to get that service or anything that you're desiring. A specific example I would like to quote is related to my material desire to be professor here in USA. And this was in 2010 when I got into the tenure track position. I was an initiated devotee. I was very much, looking for balancing the life, keeping health, family, devotion, work, everything in balance. And I was told before I took this position it's very challenging that, you don't take this because this needs 7 days a week work, very stressful. And if you don't get a tenure, you'll be thrown out of the university. So I had faith that yes, Krishna will support me. All the shlokas from Bhagavad Gita where Krishna says, I'll preserve what you have and give you what you don't have, right? What you're lacking. So all the time I was focusing on them saying, okay, all right, I'll put all my hard effort. So a time came where I had to hit a big NIH grant. It's called R01 grant. It's a multi-million-dollar grant. And being a foreign candidate coming from India with my PhD degree, it's a little more increased struggle compared to the US faculty members. So when I was at that position, 2013, I was working on this grant application, and I was looking for advice, guidance, and everything was falling in place as I was going ahead. And I was praying every Sunday when I was to come to Sunday evening program, I was to pray for the guidance. And then was a time when I really wanted more time to work on my grant. And I saw it was impossible how things are going to work out. And to my benefit, may not be to others, but the government shutdown happened in 2013 around October time. And that was exactly before the grant submission. So that gave me several weeks extra to work on it. And when I realized like Krishna is helping me to go ahead with this huge monumental task. I was fiercely working towards it. And I promised Krishna that before I submit this grant application, I'll offer it to you. And what happened was the night before that, I was working with my graduate student whole night in the office. And, it was impossible to go home and take shower. So I was working nonstop. It was such a big proposal. And I forgot. And when around 3 o'clock, it was around 3:30, 4 o'clock, when I submitted my grant to internal office and they were supposed to upload it, Kimberly was the person who was helping me. And she said, I'm uploading it. And it's like almost 45 minutes. She was on phone. She was saying, for some reason, I don't know, it's saying uploading. And, I closed my browser, coming back, it's not giving me any response. Around 4:35, 5 p.m. was the deadline for the uploading. And if I lose it, even if it comes with one error, she told me, you lose the opportunity this time and you have to go to the next cycle. And so it was that close. And just I realized that I had promised that Sunday that I will offer my grant to, Krishna, Radha Gopi Vallabhji, before doing it. And I had forgotten. And as soon as I remembered, I just offered it to Radha Gopi Vallabhji picture in my office. And it was to my surprise, in the next couple of minutes, I got the person on the other side. She told me that, hey, it got uploaded. And this is the biggest thing that she has saw in 45 minutes. It was saying uploading. It was not going through. So anyways, this is my short story, but something that very memorable for me. And, whatever we have a strong desire, Krishna give, Shri Radha Gopi Vallabhji gives his guidance and support. So we need to all have that faith as we go through the difficult part of our life. Thank you very much. Sorry, I took a little longer than supposed to be.
Thank you, Gangadhar Prabhu. Next, we'll have His Grace Raktak Prabhu, and after which we'll have Her Grace Krishna Mataji and Sankirtan Mataji. Raktak Prabhu, I think you can start.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prabhu. Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a few things in my little experience so far with Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Chanan Vishnuvadi Prashmishtam Chakrapati. So I'd like to start by just giving a little background as to how I came to Boston initially. So, but generally speaking, all of us are attached to the deities where we begin our Krishna conscious journey. And for me personally, that place was not Boston, that place was actually Melbourne, Australia. And our presiding deities there were similar names. They were Shri Gauranitai, Shri Radha Vallabha, instead of Radha Gopi Vallabha, just Radha Vallabha, and Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra. So when after my marriage, the decision about me moving to Boston was made, there was definitely a little some anxiety within me. How will it happen? What is the community like? How it will work things out for me. So moving countries is never easy, as we all know, especially when we are attached to a devotee community. We have a close group of devotee friends in that place. We have our services. Generally, we know the overall place and the situation well. So there are less unknowns, so to say. I never imagined moving from Melbourne to any other place because I grew up there in my Krishna consciousness practically, let alone coming all the way to the US. But when I came to the US, Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha helped me in a few different ways. And I'll outline a few of those very briefly here because of time factor. So first, when I first heard the name, so obviously when I started understanding that I have to move to Boston, I started researching the Boston temple deities, what deities they have. And when I heard the name Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, I thought to myself, oh, their names are kind of similar to the deities we have in Melbourne. And I took that as an indication from my Melbourne deities saying me, don't worry, we'll be there with you. The second way that Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha helped me were, even before I landed in Boston, one Melbourne devotee connected me with a couple of devotees here in Boston and Connecticut. And those devotees provided me the necessary shelter by engaging me in some small services, just pretty much the next week that I landed. So I didn't have to wait a long time to start meeting devotees and doing some small service. And I definitely take that as Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh's mercy on me. But there was still some uneasiness in my heart because I hadn't visited the temple so much. I didn't know, the know-how of the temple, the services, what I could potentially do. And I still live quite far away from temple. So, but when I first visited the temple, the Boston temple, to have darshan of the deities, I saw they were similarly sweet and merciful like my Melbourne deities, and some more uneasiness was sort of put to rest. And so as I observed, the uneasiness was kind of getting reduced gradually by the mercy of Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. And one day I decided to do some kirtan, which I like to do, which I used to do a lot for my Melbourne deities. But I did that for Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha first time, I think, while I was by myself in the temple hall. I think there was just me and maybe one more devotee. And again, some more uneasiness went away. Since then, Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha have kindly kept me under their shelter and their watchful eyes by allowing me to undertake some small service as per my limited capacity, and also by keeping me connected with their sincere devotees here in Boston. I'd like to express my gratitude to all the devotees who have kindly welcomed me in this community with open arms. So much so that despite being a relative newcomer here, I very much feel myself a part of this wonderful Boston community. And obviously, I'm thankful to the devotees, and I'm also thankful to Shri Gauranathai, Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra, and Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, and especially to Radharani. She's very, very kind and very sweet. So thank you for your kindness. So I'll stop there, Prabhu. Okay. Thank you again for giving me the opportunity. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Rakhi Prabhuji. Next, we have Her Grace Krishna Mataji and Her Grace Sankirtan Mataji.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. So my sister and I both, originally we came from, our first deities were Sri Radha Golokananda in North Carolina. And I came here in college to Radha Gopi Vallabha's temple. And I remember Prabhu before us said that Radha Gopi Vallabha, the first thing you notice with them is just their overwhelming sweetness. And like Premanandini was saying, our Radharani here is the most beautiful, with her beautiful smile and her elegant pose. She's always in a very joyful mood of serving Krishna. And Krishna is so, I think, very tricky appearing. And, one of the things that's really special with Radha Gopi Vallabha is that by coming in their merciful size that they are, that we can directly witness their Abhishek. So it's so wonderful to experience how the pujaris bring them from the altar and we can actually watch their Abhishek. And I was just thinking how one of the 64 items of devotional service described in Chaitanya Charitamrita, in the top 5 essential items in devotional service, worshiping the deity is one of those 5. And so Srila Prabhupada personally introduced the worship of Radha and Krishna. And so it's not, even though we have many ways that we can serve Krishna, we also have to understand the importance of worshiping the deity and why is it so important. And to to experience the fact that by worshiping Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, we develop a relationship with Krishna that's so personal. And also, just like Prabhupada describes that the artwork that was painted in his books they're like windows to the spiritual world. So also like being in the presence of the deity, we get to personally meet Krishna and be in his physical presence. And if we can meditate on that and really see Krishna as a person, then we can experience the fact that when you're in the presence of the deity, it's like a portal to the spiritual world. And I think many devotees experience that when we come into the presence of Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, that even though we're in the middle of a big city and there's so many different materialistic activities going on all around, as soon as you enter the presence of Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha, if you can have the proper consciousness of having that softness of heart and the humility to honor their presence, then you can actually experience being in the spiritual world, being before them. And I have, primarily for my service to Radha Gopi Vallabha, I've tried to put on, my sister and I have put on a lot of different dramas and plays, and I've always felt bad that we have to face our backs to the deities because of the way the temple room is shaped. But I hope that Radha Gopi Vallabha understand that though we had to face away from the altar, that all of these dramas have been personal offerings to their lordships. And the other thing is there's a very strong connection actually between Sri Sri Radha Gopi Vallabha and our original deities, Radha Golokananda. So we had an interesting experience one day. So I came to the temple and I came in front of Radha Gopi Vallabha and I was praying to them. And I felt as if they said something to me. I heard like in my mind that they said something to me. But then I thought, oh, that's silly. The deities aren't saying anything to me. So then I left the temple room. A little while later, my sister came, and then why don't you tell your experience?
Oh, okay. So I had then so Krishna had darshan of Radha Gopi Vallabha. Then I went and I had darshan. And then I went and I met her downstairs by the kitchen. And my father, Swarupa Rashna Prabhu, was cooking there for the deities. And then my sister Krishna said, usually someone may say, oh, like, how did you like Krishna's outfit? Or did you notice the flute or the type of earrings in his, that he was wearing, or the jewelry on his turban? But Krishna didn't ask me any of those things. She said, what did you hear Radha Gopi Vallabha say? And I just never had anyone ask me that before, but I actually did hear them say something to me. And so I said, okay, so I'll just let her know. I said, I heard them say, we are also Radha Golokananda. And I was actually planning for my wedding for my husband Hemant Prabhu. And we were just trying to decide whether to have the wedding, have as our witness Radha Golokananda in North Carolina, or Krishna in the form of Radha Gopi Vallabha here in Boston. And I heard the deity say, we are also Radha Golokananda, and you can have your wedding in front of us.
Yeah, and so what I had heard when I had been, not heard it, but I felt the words in my mind when I was standing in front of the deities, that they said to me, we are also Sri Sri Radha Golokananda. And so when she told me what she thought they said to her, I said, oh, they said the same thing to me. They told me that they and Radha Golokananda are one and the same.
So I had always, just kind of dismissed if I felt like I heard or had a message from the deities. But after this happened, I actually never discount those messages, and I always want to remain open to hearing any messages from Krishna or the deities. So my father's Sarukula Ashna, he was initiated by Srila Prabhupada in LA in 1973. And then my sister and I were both initiated by Bir Krishna Swami. I was initiated in 95, and then you were initiated, was it 97?
97 or 8.
And so there was one time I had a mentally challenged person that was causing some trouble for me with my work. And I told my father, and he said that Radha Gopi Vallabha, they have specifically sent this personality to make trouble for you because they want you to involve them more in your life. So you read in the Krishna book how the Vrajavasis, like every day they were praying, please Krishna, protect us from this demon or that demon. They would involve Krishna in their everyday life. So my father was saying, you should ask Radha Gopi Vallabha to protect your business. And so I did. I never had any troubles after that. So we can actually share. Krishna wants us to have a personal relationship with him, so we can actually share our challenges, our wins with the deities and ask for them for protection in our daily life. So one time I was feeling some like hurt in my heart, and I felt, so I decided I will let the deities know. And in my heart, I was telling Radha Gopi Vallabha that I was, feeling hurt, that that some devotees were not being nice to other devotees, and I was feeling, it was almost like a righteous indignation. And then the message I heard from Radha Gopi Vallabha was, me too. And I was so surprised. It was such a simple response. And I was thinking how, yes, Krishna is a person. And if any devotee gets hurt or mistreated, that that the deities, they also have feelings and they also feel hurt by this, but they do not interfere with our free will. But they also have feelings. So we are all actually part and parcel of Krishna, and no devotee is it's not that
everyone can have relationship.
Everyone can have a relationship with the deities. It's not that one person is more important than the other if they have more followers or managing more buildings. And that we are actually all divine beings with infinite possibilities, and that you should actually think about what you love to do for Krishna, and whatever that you love to do, make that as an offering for the deities, and Krishna will help you. Jai, Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Sankirtan Mataji and Krishna Mataji, for the sweet and personal offering. Next, we have His Grace Nishkinchanatai Prabhu. Nishkinchanatai Prabhu, are you here?
Hare Krishna. And sorry, I'm in my car. I guess there is no background noise, right?
No, Prabhuji. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, if there is, you can just mute me if there is a background noise. I'm sorry. Om Ajnanatimirampasya Jnananjana Sharakaya Chakshurun Militam Ena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharani Dirvishesha Shunyavadi Pachatya Deshatarani. So I express my gratitude to all managements of Radha Gopi Vallabha, ISKCON Boston. They have given me opportunity. Currently, I moved to a new job to other city. I'm not here last 3-4 months. So I'm really missing all of you and very much inspired by these two sisters Sankirtana and Krishna, when I heard from them, we all missing you. We had a great time in service of Radha Gopi Vallabha together. So I just joined when they were talking. I was highly inspired by their talk. So I know that we came in Boston in 2015 May, and we got the opportunity to serve in Prabhupada Festival, and that was our first interaction with all the devotees of Radha Gopi Vallabha's congregation. And later, when I got my Brahman initiation, in 2017, when my family moved to India, I got opportunity to stay in temple. And April 2017, I got various services. So I'm mentioning these services not to post that I am doing these services, but really this is my realization that when we get any service, any menial service, any service which is very, surrounding the deities, we get some connection, we feel some connection. I remember that Charananu Prabhu and me alternate day got the service of pot washing and also in kitchen and also mopping the kitchen floor. That was very ecstatic service in the evening. And then the milk offered to Radha Gopi Vallabha and some sweets prepared by Krishna Lila Prabhu. And that was complete, Krishna conscious night, and then getting early in the morning for the morning program. So these services, were very much connected. Though I was not initiated that time, second initiated that time, but due to the spot washing and mopping service, I was feeling some connection with the devotees and mainly with deities. As Mataji was mentioning that, deities are very sensitive, their person and how we behave with all the devotees. And that, the love of Radha Gopi Vallabha actually reflect in the loving relationship with the devotees. It's not like we cannot say that I have some connection with Radha Gopi Vallabha, but we can realize it in the association of devotee. And I saw the Boston congregation so enthusiastic, all that Sunday school, Sunday feast, and it was flooded with the devotee till evening. When we were there till 9 o'clock, before COVID, people were coming 9:30 on Sunday and having, they were coming because they are attracted by the Radha Gopi Vallabha. So that was the glories. So I want to mention one story, because if I don't mention in story, today only I come to know one thing. And today one devotee got one realization where I am, I'm part of one congregation. I'm not started any services here, only one service a week now, but still one Mataji was narrating a story that I want to narrate it in connection with deities. And Giridharan Prabhu, you can stop me if I exceed the time, please.
You have 2 minutes, Prabhu.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. No worries. So one Mataji in this congregation, 42-year-old, recently, within 5 days, he was very healthy. Within 5 days, congregation come to know that she is in the 4th stage of her cancer, and the fallopian tube was removed. And then, so many things happened within these 5-7 days. And before that, she was serving in one of the temple here. And one day, while she was a very enthusiastic devotee and initiated, she got Brahman initiation. She was serving in the deity room, and one Prabhuji, he was in the terrace, and there was some small 12-year girl there was playing. So that Prabhuji, having some red upper cloth, like we use Brahmana cloth while serving the deity, he told that lady, that girl, 12-year-old, just go in the deity room and tell that Mataji, that Mataji is very hungry. Please bring her some prasadam, and in prasadam room, and take her to the prasadam room. Okay, and that was one incident. And today there was a Rath Yatra in Detroit here. And today what happened? Means that day that Mataji went and told that particular Mataji which has a cancer, that one Prabhuji told me that you are very hungry. She said, yes, I am very hungry, but I did not tell anyone that I am hungry. And then today that 12-year-old old girl went to serve this Mataji because she is very critical condition of her life, and she went to her home and told and saw taking darshan of the deities, and that deities' clothes were red. And she asked, how many months you have not changed the clothes of the deity? She said, due to cancer, I was in India, I came here for the treatment, and I did not change the dress for the deity for the last 1 month. And the same cloth that person Prabhuji and that 12-year-old girl never saw that person before in this congregation. And this is connection. We can see that how the DT is personally taking care, and the same cloth was DT were wearing, having same, the combination of that contrasting color, whatever that dress DT have in their home, that girl saw the same. Prabhuji was wearing same uttariya, we call as uttariya, the upper cloth. So that was the connection. So DT can give you such a realization if you sincerely serve them. But as I said, what I understood in this Boston congregation, if we are having loving and deep relationship with the devotees, we can very much connect to the deities, and we can see the smile of the deities. We can see the deities are smiling upon us, and we have to see that. And if we have difference of opinion also, and if you are praying for that devotee having difference of opinion, then we can see the deities are more close to us. Sometimes difference of opinions doesn't matter. 5 fingers are different, they are never. 5 Pandavas have different skill and different things to do in the service of Krishna. But still we are praying for all these devotees, all these congregations. I remember whenever while offering, I am honestly telling, in all my offering, I'm not a great soul. I'm just, servant of all of you. But in my offering during COVID time, I was praying by taking name of each and one individual devotee after offering all bhoga or everything, that due to COVID situation they should get great health and all these things. And I was seeing that time was the best realization in my heart of Krishna consciousness. And if there is something problem with my heart for devotees,
just a humble reminder.
Yeah. Yes. 2 seconds.
Yes, true.
Okay. Yes. So to conclude it, that if you have, to the degree we have humble and deep relationships with devotee, to the degree we will have deep relationship with the deities. That's what Niranjan Maharaj concluded his talk this Sunday, last Sunday. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Vanamali Prabhu, thank you for training me in deity related services. And Giridharan Prabhu, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Radha Gopi Vallabh Bhagavan ki jai. Hari Bol. Dandavat Pranam.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Next, we'll have His Grace Ramchandra Prabhu.
Hare Krishna, Pranam. Thank you, Prabhuji, Mataji, for giving your association and for also giving me this opportunity to share a few words and basically share my words of gratitude to Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh, Shri Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra, Shri Shri Gaura Nitai, Srila Prabhupada, and all the assembled Vaishnava Sangha. I was able to get the association of ISKCON Boston only very recently. That is only in 2018. I came on July 4th, 2018, the Independence Day of United States, and from then I was staying in the temple. I stayed in the temple for 5 months. So prior to staying at ISKCON Boston, I have had experience of staying in the temple, within the temple premises as a resident in Shri Shri Radha Kunjabai Temple in Pune, in Shri Shri Radha Madhav Temple in Kanpur, and then in Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh in Boston. In all three, I can honestly say that those were my best days in Boston. I got the opportunity, by mercy of devotees, I had got the opportunity to stay in the temple. In all the places whenever I got the opportunity to temple, it was so pleasing. It is as like His Holiness His Grace Janani Mahaprabhu told, temple is the place where everything revolves around the deities. So basically, temple is basically the residence or the palace of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha, and we are getting the opportunity to stay. So I was getting prasad from Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. I was getting the place to stay with by mercy of Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. Especially my time, especially the Radhashtami and Janmashtami festivals in 2018, I got a lot of services. From then on, I got the opportunity to cook and sometimes render garland service, sometimes do altar cleaning service from the behind. And I'm extremely grateful to Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabh and all the Vaishnava Sangha. And I also humbly express my gratitude on behalf of my wife, who has also received garland services at the temple. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Ramchandra Prabhu, for such a sweet offering. Next, we have Gagandeep Mataji. Mataji, are you ready to speak?
Prabhu, if somebody could go, I just need 1 or 2 minutes. I just came upstairs and I just need like 2 minutes.
Sure, Mataji.
If then I can go.
Okay. Is Nima Mataji ready by any chance? You're muted, Mataji.
Yeah, sure, Prabhuji, yes. Hare Krishna, everybody. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity to share. I'm truly feeling very humbled to be speaking amidst all these really exalted Vaishnavas, and I've heard so many devotees speak even from the morning, and I feel really humbled. Because definitely not at all qualified, had no deep realizations. But I'm thinking this is yet another form of reciprocation by Sri Sri Radhagopi Vallabha, an indication which the Lordships have given us multiple times in our life, saying that in whatever form you're able to serve me, please do it, just do it. Well, I'll come to that point, but our connection, our family's connections with Sri Radhagopi Vallabha started way back in 2013 when we were very new to the US. Like we had come from India, and I didn't even know driving, and but I wasn't, I had association of devotees way back in India as well. And so I always look forward to come to the temple. And there it is, like Radhagopi Vallabha heard me like just instantly. And very soon I realized that I had a neighbor who was none other than Shachi Priya Prabhu and Jai Shachi Mataji, who would drive me and my son every single week to the temple. And that's where our whole connection started. And I'm so indebted to Radhagopi Vallabha for that. And from then on, there was no stop, because one after the other, there were like a flow of devotees in our life, and till date they have kept us afloat. To be very honest, we haven't been really as much sincere. We have showed limitations in the way we could reciprocate to Shri Radhagopi Vallabha, or many times we had resistance. But I have seen like there have been so many different kinds of services Shri Radhagopi Vallabha have made us be a part of, be it like helping in the kitchen, or be it like helping Gagandeep Mataji making the garlands, or like the Lakshmi Narayan Prabhuji involving us in like some Tulsi Seva, or Lakshmi Narayan Prabhuji asking us like, okay, some sandalwood bars from India, or like some, like anklets from India, like, something or the other, like, or like being the Givik service, like Sunday school help, like literally, I feel personally that I have been so choosy, or rather we have been so choosy, that Shri Radhagopi Vallabha have been so kind that, okay, take your pick. Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do this? So kind of like laid out so many different options in front of us to kind of like, okay, go ahead, try this. Kirtan, try this. Rath Yatra service, try this. So being really, really, really thankful to Shri Radhagopi Vallabha through their devotees, always providing us an opportunity to serve and be connected to them always. Some of the things that I really fondly remember is when, when I had to, in India, when I had to like purchase those anklets for Shri Radhagopi Vallabha, and I was so nervous and I was so excited. I mean, this is not something I hadn't done before. It was such a small service that Lakshmi Narayan Prabhuji had engaged me in. And then I was like asking Nishkinchanata Prabhuji, how much is it? What's the length? And, how do we get the measurement? And then Prabhuji went and, he got me like a small thread, and this is the measurement. I'm like, really? So tiny, so cute. These are the, the anklets measurement. I was like so elated, and I was so nervous also. I'm in Pune and I'm trying to shop for that, and I really do not know. And I remember Vanmali Prabhuji telling me, like, take some help from somebody. I'm like, he knew me so unqualified. So I'm like, yes, Prabhuji, I have somebody who is going to help me. Like, it's so like really, really, been really blessed with whatever small things that we could do. Very, very thankful to all the wonderful devotees, starting with Jai Shachi Mataji, Shachi Priya Prabhu, Rajeshwari Mataji's family, Nandini Priya Mataji's family, for always inspiring us. And Shri Shri Radhagopi Vallabha's temple was also one of the very special places for us, because I reconnected with one of my very old friends, Atulya Devi Dasi, after like almost 9 to 10 years. Like our connection was from ISKCON, Jagannath Mandir, Bangalore. And we had kind of like disconnected. Like we were starting so many nights, we were having such nice spiritual journey. Both of us, we just begin, and we were like, she was so much ahead of me, and which she is, and I derive inspiration from her family. And we had just lost in touch. And one sudden, in 2013, I had come with, I think, Shachi Priya, Jai Shachi Mataji to the temple, and I see, who is this right in front of me in the Aarti? It was Atulya. And I was like, Hari Bol. And from then on, it's been like deep nourishment of relationships as well. And we are very, very thankful to that. Very, very thankful to Vanamali Prabhuji for always keeping us engaged, even in spite of resistance. I'm pretty sure this is all the acts of Shri Shri Radhagopi Vallabha. So very, very thankful, and hope, please pray for us that we are able to be in service of their lordships for longer time to come and much more deeply. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Nima Mataji. Next, we have Gagandeep Mataji.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mataji, we can hear you fine.
Oh, okay, great. Please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I guess I want to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity to say something to glorify the Lord and to glorify Radhagopi Vallabha, as we call them here. When I heard Niranjan Maharaj's speech on Radhagopi Vallabha, I felt very unqualified to ever be able to speak on this topic, because his realizations were so deep. But since my name was, given by someone to speak, I'm going to try to, whatever came in my mind, I try to jot down in the time that Nima Mataji was speaking. Thank you, Mataji, for going before me. I just want to say that I came from a background where I never worshipped the form of the Lord. And so I believe that the Lord arranged for me, for whatever reason, walk into this temple, meet the devotees, and somehow he sort of reeled me in and gave me service slowly, and made me stay in this temple. And now I realize how fortunate I was to walk in the door and get service and learn to know the Lord, his pastimes, his devotees, and be able to serve him as we are supposed to serve him, by having a relationship with a person, not a force. Since I guess the topic was advertised as memory sharing, so I tried to think of incidences that I felt of reciprocation in the temple. One of my favorite, not favorite, but one of the things that I experienced was I used to come for Wednesday feast straight from work, and no matter how I did it, whether I drove or whatever, but I used to come for the Wednesday feast, and I would be very, very tired by the end of the day. And it's, but I would come anyway. And I realized one time I was so exhausted, and I sat down and I just started focusing on the lecture, just listening. And by the end of the lecture, I realized I was completely, I was feeling completely refreshed. I did not feel tired and exhausted. And it was so tangible to me, the experience, that I felt like, wow, just listening to the lecture made me feel like basically Lord took everything away, like Radha Gopi Vallabh just took everything away and just refreshed me. And I realized that I never regretted the effort or the decision to come to the temple any single day I've ever been to the temple, to the point that before the lockdown, somehow the other Lord gave me service in such a way that I was coming to the temple every evening straight from work, or I had a dog and I used to go home, take care of the dog, and then come back to Boston. So I would go from Boston, take care of the dog, come back. But I never, not a single day ever did I ever regret coming to the temple. Very fortunate to be able to come to the temple to serve the Lord and Radharani, to learn to know them, whatever little I have learned. And I don't know how much more time I have. I think I ran out of time, but I had a lot of points.
You have a
Yeah.
minute more, Mataji.
1 more minute. Okay. All right. Yeah. And then I guess the other thing is I want to sort of promote Janamashtami. So I would say that since Janamashtami is coming, I want to invite everybody to come and help with flower decoration services. And also want to say that Lord usually really likes to see devotees serving him in that time. I think it's a very merciful time. So that's why he wants everybody to come and serve. So please come and serve, and you won't regret. And Radha Ashtami is coming as well. So please do come and serve with us and help us make everything beautiful for the Lord, for Radha Gopi Vallabha. Thank you very much. All glories to Srila Prabhupada.
All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for that offering, Gagandeep Mataji, and also for the invitation for Janmashtami. Next, we have Ujjwal Mataji.
Prabhuji, can you give me 5 minutes, or can somebody else go first? And I
think
if it is okay.
I think we are towards the end of the program, Mataji.
Oh, okay. So, okay, Prabhu. Okay, I'll try. Sorry. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to share about Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha and experience in Boston Temple. So, my journey with association with Radha Gopi Vallabha started in 2012, I guess. And my only reason to come to Boston was actually that my office was very close to the temple. I actually got a job in Boston. Wait. One minute. So at that time, I had gotten 2 jobs at one time. And then I was thinking, where should I join? And I was just looking in the maps, and I see that the temple ISKCON Boston was very close to my office in Boston. So I said, okay, let's go to Boston instead of taking up the other job. So I came to Boston, and since then the journey has been really inspiring. Even from the beginning, from the first day when I met a lot of wonderful devotees in the Boston congregation, I have enjoyed every bit of it. And then devotees were so nice. They engaged me in a lot of different services, either kirtan or garland making or preparing for the festival. So I used to love coming to the temple actually so much. Even I would come multiple days in the weekdays and always on the weekend. I used to look forward for Sunday to come so that I can just go to the temple and meet everybody, take darshan, and just have fun. So, and wait, can I have 1 more minute? And Yeah, I just want to thank everybody, especially Vanmali Prabhuji and Padma Gopika Mataji for engaging me and my whole family in this service to ISKCON Boston Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. And it's been wonderful. Thank you. Sorry, I just have to cut short because Anant is not waiting. Okay.
Yeah, no worries, Mataji. I understand. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this with the difficulties.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. So next we will have Her Grace Dina Tarini Mataji. I'll be calling her over a phone call. Just give me a couple of minutes. I'll put her on speaker here. Okay. Hare Krishna devotees, can you hear Her Grace Dina Tarini Mataji here? Mataji, can you speak?
Sure. Panchakalpa Trubius Chakri Duvyevacha Patitanam Padanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
Okay, I didn't hear any response, so I assume, okay, you can hear Mataji. You can go ahead, Mataji. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hare Krishna, all glories to Sri Guru Sri Gauranga, all glories.
We can't hear anymore.
And they had decided to that they wanted to make a new outfit for the deities for every festival for a year. Damodar went to India and picked out the fabric. Mother Uttara did the designs on the outfits and faxed them, emailed them over to India. And at that time, the outfit came in on a long, flat piece of fabric. It was just one dimension. And so when it came to us in the temple, we had a crew, and I'm sorry, I don't remember everyone's name, but I'm sure it was Yugala Kishore, Ananga Mataji, Gopalila Mataji, and Saranagati Mataji, and we had groups, and we started sewing outfits. I had just started sewing at that time, and I had just gotten the machine, so I was very new at sewing. So I would go to Yugala Kishore's house, and we would have up to 3 sewing machines going with Mataji's coming, and I can't remember the other names, and I apologize for that. So the outfits had to be cut out of that fabric. Then they had to be lined. And then, of course, they had to be constructed into skirts and turbans and veils and chudders. And blouses were made from scratch. Backdrops had to be done. Prabhupada's table cover and picture and cup covers had to be done. Velcro had to be added to everything. Everything had to be trimmed. So it was very, very intense and quite a bit of sewing and construction to be done for the upcoming festival. What I remember specifically was, I believe it was a Jamastami, and the morning of that Jamastami, and the temple had a lot of visiting devotees at that time, and the temple room was full, and we were waiting for the curtains to open. At that time, the deities wore a white and gold outfit, and they still wear that outfit today. Also, while we were doing the outfits, we made a trip down to a jewelry warehouse down in Rhode Island, where we picked up, boxes and boxes of jewels and beads and all colors. And I know that Ananga Mataji and Saranagati Mataji, they were excellent. Gopalila, also all excellent in making jewelry. So they were making jewelry. So the deities had brand new outfit and brand new jewelry. So we're all in the temple room that Janmashtami morning, and with all the devotees, it was full. And what I remember was when the curtains finally opened, nobody moved. Everybody just stood there looking at the altar. They looked absolutely beautiful. And it just seemed to me, I felt like everybody just held their breath. Nobody moved, nobody said anything. We were just all fixed at looking at the altar. And that's what I remember. Finally, somebody started to sing, and then the service started. But that's what I remember, is how struck everyone was and how beautiful the deities looked. And it just goes to show you that it's obvious that when the deities are heaped with devotion and with love, they become not beautiful, but they become devastatingly beautiful. And they were devastatingly beautiful that morning. And everyone was just struck in awe looking at them on the altar, because they were so beautiful. Some of the outfits that I worked on, most of them have been retired. I know the blue one with the pearls is still being used. And I remember very well sewing on that one, because every time I hit a pearl, I would break a machine needle. And also there's one that has a red embroidery on it. And I remember that's still being used today. And I remember specifically doing that hand stitching. So the outfits, there was a lot of hand stitching, a lot of machine stitching. And this went on, I can remember at least 20 outfits, but I think it was really more than that. And I know that it went on, I think, longer than a year. But it was a group effort, and it was wonderful service, and it turned out just marvelous. So that was my memory.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you, Dindaran Mataji. Hare Krishna.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hare Krishna.
So, Hare Krishna devotees. So that was Dinadarati Mataji. I think we have almost come to a conclusion now. I'd like to give some opportunities to speakers who are currently on the call. Paramita Mataji, would you like to speak some words?
Hare Krishna, Prabhuji. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I personally feel extremely, extremely disqualified amongst all of you devotees who have shared such nice, sweet experiences with Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha. I first came to Boston for a short visit in 2013 to the temple. It was a very, very cold day, I think in December. I was here for a short visit and I came to the temple. I was lucky to get darshan. And when I later started reading about the temple, I came to know that about the deep history that ISKCON Boston and the deities have the personal touch with Srila Prabhupada. And that's the first thought that strikes me every time I look at them, about how they were personally installed by Srila Prabhupada. I used to live in New Jersey earlier, and for almost like When my husband got an opportunity to work in Boston, I dragged my feet for almost 2 years, not agreeing to move to Boston from New Jersey. The place where I lived, it was very far from the temple and also from any congregation. I had met few devotees, and I deeply desired at that time to attend a Bhakti Vriksha, but because it was very far from home, I could not. But I had a deep desire that I want to attend one. Still with that, I kept dragging my feet and saying, no, I don't want to move to Boston. Until finally, we did move to Boston in 2017, only to discover that just 3-4 houses away, Bhakti Vriksha was happening in Norwood. And that is how my association with Vanamali Pandit Prabhuji, with nurturing from Charan Renu Prabhuji, Nishkinchan Nitai Prabhuji. I felt so blessed that, like, we always think we know what is best for us, but Shri Shri Radha Gopi Vallabha probably saw the desire and helped me move to a place where I could be nurtured by senior devotees. So I just want to express my gratitude to all the devotees here who are helping me take baby steps in my devotional journey as I try to serve all of you. Thank you, Giridharan Prabhuji. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Paramita Mataji. Would anybody else like to speak on this call? I see Preeti Mataji. Okay, if not, I think we have come to the end of the program today. I'd like to end the program thanking some of our volunteers who were present during our 50th anniversary last week and who has given us helping hands and to make this entire celebration success. I'll just quickly read out the volunteer names here. So we had our entire Pujari team, Lakshmi Narayan Prabhu, Indulika Mataji, Premanandini Mataji, Gangadhar Prabhu, Dakshina Mataji, Antaryami Prabhu, Gaur Prasad Prabhu, Dayamayi Radhika Mataji, Hema Sharif Prabhu, Jai Sitchi Mata, Sachipriya, and Vanamali Pandit Prabhu and Padma Gopika Mataji. We also had an elaborate cook team. Like I think we offered around 108 items on the day. Like throughout the day, the entire count was 108. So it was the kitchen team or the cook team was led by Jai Mata and Sachipriya Prabhu, and a few other cooks were Nandini Priya Mataji, Rasheshwar Prabhu, Rajeshwari Mataji, Premanandini Mataji, Sandeep Gaur Prabhu, Krishnala Prabhu, Anu Mataji, Muktani Prabhu, Padma Gopika Mataji, Lakshman Priya Prabhu, Yogamaya Mataji, our Chaitanya Rasa Prabhu, Subhadra, Kusumangi Mataji. And we also had, among the garland services, we also had a great team headed by Gaganti Mataji, like our Soumya Mataji, Rajeshwari Mataji, Nandini Priya Mataji, Radha Grace, who spoke earlier today, and Shalini Mataji. We also have we celebrated this auspicious occasion with the Mahaharinam on Saturday evening. The entire Mahaharinam was organized by Vanamali Pandit Prabhu, and it was expertly executed by His Grace Chaitanya Rasa Prabhu, Arvind Prabhu, Ranga Mataji, and Rajkoti Prabhu. So we also had few other volunteers coordinating various other services like Paramita Mataji, Kashik Prabhu, Chandan Prabhu, Susan Mataji, Palesh Prabhu, Palash Prabhu, Sai Praveen Prabhu, our Parameshwar Prabhu, and Srinivas Prabhu. We also got help from Venu Prabhu in transporting the boga we had for we had 108 items offered. So for that it had to be transported from various devotees' houses to the temple. That service was handled by Venu Prabhu. Photography was handled by Ganga Prabhu, and a few other music was handled by Sanjay Prabhu. I would heartily like to thank the entire festival team for organizing such a wonderful program. So apart from that, we also, I think I forgot, thanks for reminding Paramita Mataji, we also had our kids program where various kids came to the temple. Like I think we had a lot of kids coming to the temple, singing and doing Pushpanjali in the temple. So the kids program was organized by Atulya Mataji, Nima Mataji, Emma Krishna Mataji, and Krishna Mataji. And we had kids like Rohit Prabhu, Rahul, Manan, Shresh, Shorya, I guess, yeah, Shorya, Radha and Purav singing. I apologize if I forgot any volunteer's name here. It was definitely the volunteers. The number of volunteers we had involved in this festival is definitely huge. The list will go on and on. Apologize if I missed any volunteers here. And after this, just a quick shout out to the sponsors for this event. We had Alicia Jitendra Goyal Prabhu, Alicia McDuff, Anasuya Mataji, Paramakarunanitai Prabhu and Vrinda, Susan Mataji, Shivaram Iyer Prabhu, Vignesh Prabhu, Sandeep Desai Prabhu, Raseshwar Prabhu and Ramohan Prabhu, Ganapati Govind Das, and our Antaryami Prabhu and Dakshina Mataji. I would like to heartily thank all these sponsors for sponsoring our 50th anniversary last week. I think with that, we have come to the conclusion of this memory sharing program. Thank you, devotees. Thank you for patiently listening and joining with us today. Hare Krishna.
Haribo.